Yo, what is up?
Yes.
What's up? Hey, we came here to talk about a little bit of cell talk.
How's it going, guys?
Oh,
Good.
yeah, after the 8 hour, it ended up being 8 hours, the other day, the community chat. I was on for the first 7. I missed the last hour, but that was long.
That zombied me. That was too much, way too much. I need to rein those back in the next time.
Got it.
It's next time.
Yeah, so basically I found out from the last stream that I'm the most moon boy in terms of predictions on the chart.
I think you are for you are for this. I think you are for the end of this year, but yeah. I think I'd be in similar places with you for the end of next year in 2022. Yeah. Like I just think this year there's just not enough time left. Like, I mean, my prediction was 220, but you know, I do think that long term we're probably in the same moon category. It's just this year you're predicting higher.
Yeah.
Kevin, what's yours for the end of the year?
Mine was low. My old prediction before we broke out 30-cent range, we got 30 cents range was $1. I haven't really. I need to do a bit.
What about your current prediction?
Probably let's say 180 to 2 in the range. Just the pullbacks. The pullbacks can be pretty vicious, right? So you hit your target and then you're miles away from it the next day. So probably I'd say 180 to 2.
I actually think 190 now. When I said 220, I wasn't thinking because I think $2 is going to be a psychological barrier. So I actually think 195 is what I actually predict.
Oh, we're gonna.
Yeah.
You guys are too bearish, man.
Bearish. I'm super moon. I'm not bearish at all.
How did it take you so long?
We've gone from like 20 cents. 20 cents. When were we at 20 cents?
March, I think. March.
Yeah, so 9 months to 10x.
Yeah,
I guess
it's the time element, right? It's the time element. It's not the bearishness. It's the time. That's all it is. I just think there's not enough time. But let's see.
A humbug. You know.
Let's go then. Let's go. Let's get into this.
All right. It's because you guys aren't. People are bearish right now on the Bitcoin price right now. Yeah, and I know this whole election shit is like got people shaking in their boots and they're you know they're putting their training bras on or whatever for what's ever going to happen in the future. But whoever wins, whether it's I don't want to get too much into this, but like Biden or Trump and stuff, more likely it's going to be Trump that's going to win. But if it's Biden, oh god. but if whoever ends up winning, right, the market's just going to start stabilizing and Bitcoin's more people are like, let's just say Biden wins or if Trump wins, right, the left will probably be like, oh my god, and then they'll dump some more money into Bitcoin because they want to put their money somewhere where it's safe. And if Trump wins, I mean if Biden wins, a lot of the Republicans are going to be like, oh my god, man, fuck this, man, I'm so done with this shit. I want to make sure my money's decentralized, so they'll buy Bitcoin. So at no point in either scenario does Bitcoin not go up at all, right? The market's probably just going to stay where it is in stock market, right? It might go down a little bit, but it's not going to collapse and stuff this year and stuff because you have the holidays coming up in that spending. Even though we're kind of like handicapped right now, in a macro sense for the economy, but you're at the very least we're going to hit about $16,000 to $17,000 by the end of the year on Bitcoin.
And do you guys believe in the stock to flow model? Like, do you think it's actually going to hold?
I doubt it. I hope because it's very good numbers. I mean, I really do. I mean, that's the one thing I just think it's a little off. And anytime anyone's like tried to like do those kind of numbers and stuff with Bitcoin, they've always failed and stuff. I mean, you like go off of like the Bitcoin time traveler. That was the first really big one for Bitcoin. Like I think right now we should be closer to $100,000 right now by the Bitcoin time travelers fucking predictions. And then
the stock to flow is pretty bang on right now. Where like it's staying within. If you look at the stock to flow, it's within the realm of where it's supposed to be. Like it's not outside of. It hasn't broke. Like it definitely. Anyone that says it's broke yet is just wrong. Like it is within the realm of where the price is supposed to be.
So with the stock to flow, I mean, where exactly is the stock to flow in terms of like where is it supposed to be this end of this year or end of next year?
Well, it's never supposed to be in a specific place. Where it's supposed to be is within like a channel, a price range. And like as of now, like it's not. If you go on Twitter and you type in stock to flow, there's a guy I follow every day, and he just posts basically the chart of Bitcoin, showing like the range of the stock to flow, where it historically has been, and where it is right now. And it's exactly like it's on the bottom end, but it's totally within where it's supposed to be. And it has lots of time to get to 100K. Like with the stock to flow chart, it doesn't have to get to 100K till the end of 2022.
Oh, then okay, then never mind. You're right. Then we're good. Actually, okay.
I think people think Bitcoin should be going up faster, but it's honestly like it's completely stock to flow wise. And if you follow Plan B's work, like it's, I don't know, Wasabi seems to think otherwise. I'm not sure what he was looking at. I mean, he might have other information I'm not aware of, but when he said like Bitcoin is not going to hold stock to flow, like for this next cycle, I think 100% it will.
Right. There's just like normally I wouldn't care too much about the Bitcoin price other than it's very good for there's just more money floating around in crypto and stuff. So that makes everything very bubbly. But Celsius alone holds like 43,000 Bitcoin inside of the app. So, and something that Plan C had brought to my attention that I hadn't thought about was that basically Celsius, in terms of just market cap of all of crypto, it's choosing the cryptos with the most market demand, and those end up being the cryptos with some of the highest market caps. So with all the assets that are on Celsius, if the market's going up, Celsius goes up regardless.
It's 90%. So like what I did, I think I might have told Kevin this already, but I actually took every single asset that's on the app, like all whatever 40 assets, and I combined their market caps together, and it was 89-90% of the overall market cap of crypto. So I mean, it's Celsius, like, and they're going to continue to add like more and more assets. And what Celsius, obviously, you guys already know, is they're eventually, like in next 3 years or whatever, they're going to have assets outside of crypto. But yeah, they're going to always capture 90+% of the crypto gains, like just by definition, by having all those options on the app for assets.
Right. And so right now, currently though, the app has how much under management? What is it, like 1.3 billion? I think
it's right? It's 1.4 billion, when Alex has assets under management, it confuses people because he's always including the sell treasury. There is a big discrepancy.
Yeah, it includes everything, so that is a bit misleading. Well, not misleading, but it's kind of not what people
Alex tends to round up all the numbers, and he believes they're going to reach there so fast that by the time people watch his videos, he'll be right anyways. So he's constantly rounding up everything. Like he adds a little bit on the top of almost every metric he gives.
Yeah.
Because he knows that he's going to be right pretty quick anyways, and you just that's a marketer. Like you believe in your project, that's what you do. You just bump it, right?
So we hit 2, didn't we? We hit 2 briefly, and then just kind of came back down a little bit. So that was pretty impressive. Hit 2 billion.
Yeah, let me log into the app real quick. Because I want to see the numbers to be exact.
Yeah, well, I checked yesterday. I think it was 1.4 something for assets under management yesterday, right? And then and then the Bitcoin is what did you say the Bitcoin was, Kevin? Like 42,000 or something?
Nearly 3, like dollar cost said. Nearly 40. I think 42,800 or 42,900 now. It's like 200 or 300 Bitcoin a day. Sometimes it just goes up. It's just ridiculous.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'd like to see long term, like the stablecoin growth, because I think long term, like that could be one of the things in 2 years when the market crashes. If you have like half the assets on the app, or like a third of all the assets on the app in stablecoins, you're not going to see the sell price drop as dramatically. Right. Because if you have like a third of the assets, eventually you might have whatever central bank digital currencies on the app, right? And then so, when you have a crypto crash, you have the stability. And if people have a lot of gold and stable coins on the app and they're earning and sell, like you're not going to see sell fall. But anyways.
Right. So right now, actually, it's 1.6. This is in total community assets.
That's 1.6. That's a big jump then. I don't know why it was at 1.4 yesterday.
Yeah. So things are growing in turn, because like I remember when I first started actually actively purchasing Celsius token, we were under 100,000 users, and today we're at 200. And I know that's the big headline number. Obviously, I know it's not the
210 headline number.
Yeah, but those headline numbers, like that's what normies and everybody else looks at. So that's why I always pay attention to it. I know it's wrong.
It doesn't matter. When we hit 500,000 or 1 million, it's going to be hopefully on most of the news outlets. Like it is a big deal. I agree with you.
Yeah, you want to keep and honestly, Alex and the teams were very smart to push those numbers out first, because you basically you're like this. You're puffed out, your chest puffed out with the best obviously stats in the game, but that's what people are like. they get into, right? I mean, it's gonna be a big hit. So that and pretty much it means like when that big number gets to about 3 million, maybe 2.7 million users, we actually have our first million active wallets depositing monthly. That's going to be the really big milestone. But that big number is pretty crazy because I think we hit a parabolic run on Celsius at around 800,000 users, because at that point it's sort of like, it's not hard to bet on Celsius going to hit that million number, right? It's not, it's like once it's like the headline number is 800,000, downloads or whatever, then you're going to start seeing these influencers like, yeah, but by me looking into the tea leaves and looking in my crystal ball, we're going to hit 1 million downloads. No shit, Sherlock. But yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Just shit like that. But it's sort of like there's this thing in the red pill community where they say the girls. Well, this isn't PC to say. I shouldn't say it, but like the girls wait at the finish line and fuck the winners. You know what I mean? So it's like once Celsius is like for sure a win already, they're like they jump on the bandwagon at that point. They're like, you see, I was always with Celsius since the beginning. I've held Celsius forever and stuff. I'd always supported you guys. Remember that one time I liked your video back in August? Just like little crap like that.
That's my target. The 1 million downloads is kind of my target for work in the space. Once we get to there, I'll just kind of hand the baton off to someone who's got 1 million subscribers. Yeah, it's kind of, they'll do it better than I can at that point, but it's just kind of pushing us towards that early stage growth. And our numbers are pretty small compared to a lot of these numbers. Sorry.
There you go.
No, I was just saying, like, our headline numbers in terms of like users are not great, really, considering against the competition. But it's the AUM numbers that's kind of the true number, the true measurement. I've seen apps out there with 3-4 million downloads, and they're not doing shit. They're not making a single penny in revenue of any sort whatsoever. So, yeah, like those numbers are like really, really small. Less than 70,000 users.
Yeah, but it's just like you said, it's exactly that. It's the users that are in Celsius have accumulated a good amount of assets and they're long-term holders and they're just stacking. So you're getting like the cream of the crop of the crypto space that's going in the app. That's the difference. You might have, a lot less users than other projects like crypto.com, but the people at crypto.com are just getting sucked there for the short-term, cards they offer or benefits, or they want a free Netflix or whatever. Like, I mean, there's a big difference between wanting free Netflix and wanting
ice scraper. Ice scraper, I call it. It's like an ice scraper, that card, isn't it? It's a good ice scraper when you like the winter.
Yeah, it's just not interesting to me. Like compared to like freedom essentially of having to be in the system, it's totally different. Yeah.
It's hilarious, like what's going on over there now. It's just so
they're
funny.
falling a lot, and Litecoin called it. Like Dollar Cost called this, like as you already know, like he called this big time. I remember you saying this. Then they've started falling even before they've got off of CoinMarketCap, because you were saying they're going to get cut off from CoinMarketCap's advertising.
Exactly.
They started falling like
they're staking rewards unlock soon, so people are just going to like flood out of that platform more than they already are, and they're already flooded into Celsius. Like literally, you can just track the wallets and you can just see like what's happening. So it's just crazy. Like I can't believe how quick it's fallen. Though they were like 9th or something, top 9, and now they're like 16th, 17th.
They're down like 20%, 21% or 20% the last 7 days. So they're falling pretty quickly. But
they must be bleeding so hard with that marketing spend with all that stuff that's going on there. They must be like
21% or 20%. Am I lagging?
A touch, yeah, only a couple of seconds, but they must be hurting. Like if you're inside that company, they must be like, ouch. Like this
ouch. Because check this out right here, right? Look at this. Like, where are they?
Show me it. Let's see it. Look, I don't want to see this either. Like, I don't want to see companies slide in and.
Well, even Alex said he doesn't want to see, like when Alex was talking last day or whatever, he said he doesn't want to see them fail. He doesn't want to see people get turned off of crypto because of them, right? We don't want to see that. Like we want to see, we want people to wake up and move to the better projects, but we don't want them to get like scammed or turned off of the space as a whole.
Yeah, that's sad when people are losing money. I don't want to see that, but it's just this short-termism in terms of everything in crypto. It's the instant gratification companies. Let's pump, like literally, right? I haven't hardly done anything with crypto.com. And then when the price started to slide, I clicked on something, and literally I have been followed around on every single platform I go on with ads by crypto.com. Every single platform, Google, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. They're just like attacking me from all angles now because I clicked one thing. So they are literally just hemorrhaging cash to be able to, like, no other company is following me around this aggressively in the world apart from crypto.com. It's with ads. It's crazy what they must be spending. Their budget must be insane. We'll never know because they don't tell us anything, but it must be ridiculous.
In terms of our long-term competition for Celsius, the only one I see lasting with us is BlockFi.
I think BlockFi, yeah. BlockFi.
Yeah, they have billionaires behind them, and then not even just that, they haven't even released a token yet. So just off the token hype, that will give them about 6 months.
When you see the token,
can they release a token though?
When you see the token, that's when they're hurting, right? Because they will do the token this guerrilla marketing tactic won't last forever, where they're just paying off all the influencers. Like, they can only do that for so long, I think. And look, has it got a couple of years in it? Probably. It's probably got this cycle in it. They can do it, but when you see the token, like, that's a big indicator to me that kind of like we're run out of
ideas.
Do you guys feel like they could do a token though? Like, because right now they're giving all the profits to their shareholders. So how would they pay out 80-90% to the community? But then Celsius might be paying out 85-90% of the community. Like, how is BlockFi going to do that when they have all those investors they have to pay out?
They'll probably just use it as a fundraiser and then not pay anybody anything. Like, that's what I don't know, but I'm just saying it's.
Yeah, you're probably right. They will put it in at some point.
Yeah.
If they're smart, what they do is they release the token at a low market cap. If they're smart. And by having that token come out at a low market cap and then pump it up themselves to even if it's only like 100-300 million, they've made a bunch of people a lot of money, and that buys loyalty, right? That's the smartest thing they could do in terms of guerrilla marketing and stuff, right? But if they launch this thing and it's already worth $500 million,
they're well funded. They're going to last a long time. They've got all the influencers. They're anyone who's smart can see through it, but it's kind of, they're not, let's be sensible, from a business perspective. They're well funded, and they are
the biggest competition. I think, for sure.
And that's good, right? It's good to have a competition. Like, if it was just one company, that's not good, right? We don't want that. So I think it's healthy that they're there. I don't really like them just because there's just censorship every time you mention anything that they've ever said, and they're not approachable in any way, and it's kind of an elite club. But that's life, right? That's the way they want to do it, and we've seen with crypto.com what happens when and I think crypto.com's a bad example. I think BlockFi are a bit more polished than that in terms of like internally.
Nexo is copying Celsius, basically. Well, not copying, they're copying some small aspects of Celsius, but they're trying to see what Celsius is doing.
The whole market's been copying Celsius since it came out. Everyone's just basically stolen Celsius ideas in ways. All of Wi-Fi. Celsius was the first one to find out how to figure out how to get interest on these coins through lending and stuff, and arbitrage and everything like that. And then, like, what did Wi-Fi do? Or Compound, same thing. They jacked all the ideas for the most part. Obviously, they made their own and everything now. But like the thing about like I think Compound probably pays the most out of everybody, and they only pay 66% of profits.
Right. It just comes down to execution by the team and everything. Like these ideas, like you said, they're going to be copied like crazy by so many projects, but it just comes down to execution in the end.
Yeah.
And it's great because like pretty much every platform is taking its own path. I was talking to the co-founder of Ledden a couple of hours ago. We didn't really finish the conversation, so I can't really summarize it, but they're taking like a tech approach to their model. Some people are taking just the pure corporate extracting profit model. Some are just shilling marketing cards, shiny stuff model. It'll be really interesting in 5 years for us to like come back and just replay this video and say, okay, that was that. And I think it's a really great education, isn't it? That we get to watch this stuff live and we get to see the inevitable downfall of some of this stuff, So look, a lot of these companies at the moment, they're using, we don't have a token, we're fully compliant, blah, blah, blah. So let's see who that is taking that line, holds that line for the next 3 years, 4 years. Right. Let's see. Because if you pivot, you've basically demonstrated to me you've capitulated. So let's see, because I'm pretty sure some of them are going to.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, man.
There's good old Celsius network.
Was I that boring? was I that boring? Cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, it's pretty. Oh, Celsius just followed me. Nice. Cool. Hey,
Your face when they pop on the moon gang.
Before Celsius to the moon. But
what was the stuff that you and Wasabi were talking about before? You were saying just some of the numbers. Like you were saying that your original moon math was off, and how in what way?
Yeah, we originally thought the all-time highs for Celsius were going to be anywhere from $40 to $80, and we were like, once we really got into the numbers and extrapolated a little bit out and see how fast we were starting to grow as the wheel is going faster and faster, we're like, oh my god, dude, we're hella off. Oh, disgusting. Like I would tell Wasabi in private outside of those original podcasts, I'd be like, to tell you the truth, I'm kind of feeling 100. Or 120. That's what I think, right? And then once we really ran the numbers, I'm like, dude, $400 is in the cards, man. Like once we actually got into it, we're like because $400 is like what is that? Top $45 billion or something? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, right now, like, okay, so if you go on the circulating supply of Celsius, right? So right now the circulating supply is around 500 and what's the circulating supply, Kevin? It's around 570 million.
690. Let's say 695 million.
Yeah. Oh, so you're including the treasury and stuff then, like
the whole lot.
The whole
okay, take the whole supply. So the whole 700,000 or 690 or whatever. Yeah. So right now we would be at our market cap of 1.1 billion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, Celsius had $45. So I guess what does that equal? So $1 would be 700. So $100 Celsius would be. Wait, 70? Am I 69 billion is 100 Celsius.
Give me 1 segundo.
Please tell me you're not doing those calculations in your head. Please tell me. Please tell me you have a calculator there right now.
No, I'm just doing it in my head.
When you guys start talking about this, I'm just going to check out and go and find a calculator because I cannot do these maths on the fly. That my brain doesn't work that way.
So in high school, I failed grade 12 English like miserably. I got 30%. All throughout high school, I was like 95+% math every year, and they actually did this like. So I actually have a learning disability. I have what's called phonological dyslexia. So I'm actually like, they did testing when I was in high school because of how bad I was at English. My brain, like I cannot sound out vowels. So like if I'm trying to spell, like I can read fine, but if I'm trying to spell, it's just horrible, right? But so they did this testing on me in grade 12. Like I went and saw this person and my IQ was above average, but my reading and spelling was so many standard deviations away that I was classified with phonological dyslexia. But during the test, they did this thing called they spent 2 days of doing tests. My mom spent a bunch of money, and matrix reasoning. At the time, I don't even know. Like at the time, I didn't know what this was. I was 17 years old, but I was in the top 99th percentile of matrix reasoning. And now that I look back on what matrix reasoning is, it's abstract reasoning. So it's essentially like taking abstract ideas and combining them, which is essentially what investing is. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, but essentially, yeah, I'm good with numbers. I'm not good with spelling. Put it that way.
That's why you're here, man. You do these numbers all day long. I'll just give you the data. You can mess around. So, tell me what you think.
So when me and Wasabi came up with those numbers of what Celsius could hit anywhere from $100 to $400 is that's totally based off the bullshit Coinbase numbers. Coin market cap numbers, which are off. I know they're off, but you got to think about in normie, like how the normal person will find out about something. Like this is probably the last cycle where coin market cap's really, really important for the most part. I think other sites are going to start beating them out after the cycle, but they're pretty much King Kong right now, right? And even though their numbers are off, people are going to judge the top line numbers based on that price and stuff. And it's kind of a benefit too if the price is at that and the market cap's actually lower, right? That's actually great because that means psychologically the token price can go higher because the market cap isn't that crazy compared to the other cryptos, even though it could be twice as high or 3 times as high, right? So let's just say Celsius at $1 something should be at $1 billion market cap. It's actually sort of in our best interest for people to think that it's 330 million, because it gives us a 3x in price to get to $1 billion on their website and stuff.
No, that makes complete sense. You're 100% right about that. Like right now, it's hurting us because we're not higher in the ranks, so we're not, like, our visibility is not as good. But you're right. It gets to a tipping point once we get in the top 20 where it'll actually benefit us, because more people, like you said, will want to. More people will think, like, I haven't missed this project because our market cap. So you're 100% right. It's hurting us now, but if they keep it where it is, it's actually going to help us once we get over top 20.
Yeah, and this is the same thing that actually hurt Hex in the beginning, but is now helping Hex as well. Now, so like all this gatekeeping fucks you up in the beginning, right? But if you're able to beat the gatekeeping, they have to keep the gatekeeping rules now. Now it helps you out, and now you're exploding. Where they could have slowed you down is like by flipping, like, no, this is the market cap. It's and then you're like, whoa, the market cap's really high now. But because the market cap doesn't look that crazy, people are like, dude, I haven't missed the boat. I haven't missed the boat at all. Like, I'm still early. And tell you the truth, you are still early on even both these projects and stuff. But it's
what we were talking about, Plan C, the weekend, that spring effect, when it's like what you just said there, dollar cost. It's like that spring when this contraction of like you and this is like seesawing. So you're seeing like the market caps, like we climb and then kind of get overtaken, and then everything dumps back down. It's like waves, right? Coming in and out of the ocean. They just keep coming over and atop, and bigger ones over the top of each other. And it's just like propelling us up. So when everything else is just, we have these impulses, and then it's kind of like the market just like draws back, and like we don't even have to do anything, and we go up like 5 ranks. Just like this.
I said I wasn't going to answer too many questions on chat and stuff because I wanted us to talk about this, but Tiago keeps asking and asking about this. You guys mind answering this question right here?
Could you please explain why would someone put their coins in a sell swap? It's hard for me to tell my friends to put them. So, like, why would you put your money? You don't have to, right? Like, if you want to earn a yield, and it depends how do you see crypto, right? So, what is crypto to you? Is it basically, I want to buy a coin and 2 or 3 exit in a short term, take my money and run and go and buy a Lambo? Or are you using crypto as an investment vehicle and a non-correlated asset vehicle or wallet? It depends how much money you've got. Depends, you got hundreds of thousands of dollars, like, in your bank. A lot of people in crypto do, or tens of thousands of dollars. You open a wallet and get some of that, idle money to kind of yield for you. So if yield is what you're after, then use Celsius. If gains and flips are what you're after, use Binance and just flip shit coins. Like, depends. I can't sell Celsius individually to, it's an individual use case, right? And it's kind of depends on your risk tolerance, on kind of what you're trying to achieve. Are you here for a year? Are you here for 10 years? I think everybody on this stream presenting now is here for a long time, right? And we've been here a while. So that's why we would use Celsius. That's just the way I see it. Just depends. You can't sell it to people that want to be in and out all the time. It's not really for them. Stay on Binance, stay on whatever you want to stay on. That's not financial advice, but
it's a really, really easy platform to use. Like, I have my parents and my brothers and a lot of my family members all on Celsius right now, because a lot of people, and this is very hard for the libertarian side of crypto, the DeFi, the full DeFi side, which I believe in, because I'm in Hex, I have DeFi coins, I have cold storage, I have my own keys, right? But I understand that not everybody wants to fucking do that at all. I mean, literally, we do not. Like, I mean, we do, right? Because we're literally, we think we're like the normal. We're not fucking normal. Like, we are a percentile out there in space of the people. People do not like taking responsibility on their money. They always want someone else to blame, right? And they want ease of use, right? So they'll download and then this is not to say anything bad about Celsius or anything like that. Or this is everything, right? Like, why do you leave your fucking money in the bank? That's not your cash, not your money, right? I mean, really, they're literally lending your fucking money out there and doing fuckery with it. I mean, really, like, why do you have your fucking money deposited in Chase Manhattan when you know that they manipulate the fucking silver market and the gold markets and shit? They fucking do all this fuckery, yet you still have your fucking cash in the bank, giving them
Not your cash, not your money.
Yeah, I mean, it's not your fiat, not your money. I mean, it's true. Like, what are we talking about here?
The best way to describe it, like thinking about it now, like it's just a parking lot for your crypto. Just park some there. Like park a percentage there. Don't have to park it all. 1%, 5%, 50%, whatever you want if you're in crypto for the long term, and park it there and yield. Like, why the fuck would you not want yield? Just get some yield. Like, you know, like diversifying out of, you know, holding it all on cold storage isn't, you better be good with that cold storage. You know, someone who's got $1,000, hold it on cold storage, whatever.
Yeah.
You've got like $10 million worth of crypto. You don't want to be holding all that yourself, do you? Really? No. Like, well, I wouldn't be comfortable. I'd be like panicking that I'm going to make a mistake or.
And at a certain point, your money that's in your cold storage has to touch the real world. How are you going to spend it? Because money is a tool to do shit with. It's energy. It's stored energy. At some point, it's spinning it right here in your private. At some point, you have to take some of those, and it has to go into the into a system, right? You're gonna have to. I mean, you know, like, all right, like one of the best. I had a friend of mine who was very bearish on Celsius and very bearish on all this stuff, and I had to even though I don't believe it truly in this way, I had to explain it to him in a way for him to understand. He's like, okay, where else are you gonna put your Celsius? Your Celsius token. It's safer in the fucking app. And turn interest. Why not? I mean, literally, I told him if something happens to Celsius, the cell token is going to go to shit. So does it fucking matter if it's in your cold storage? Yeah.
The thing is with crypto, it's always this all or nothing mentality. It's like, I'm not going to use Celsius because I'm not going to put 100% of my crypto in Celsius. Like,
no one's telling you to.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not about using 100% of crypto in Celsius, like, or whatever. Forget Celsius. Just use whatever you want, right? Like, let's just say yield-bearing platforms, right? So, yield-providing platforms, and you know, the loan features, the transfer value features, the yield features. Like, to me, it's just such an easy concept, right? But I get it. To other people, it's just such a hard sell, right? Especially as you're earning like next to nothing in your bank. Like, it's just a no-brainer really for me to start using these platforms. Look, I know there's a lot of people that disagree with what I'm saying, and that's my opinion, right? So I'm not telling anyone what to do, but that's why, you know, and I'm happy to run anyone through this platform, features, why, strategies, whatever you want, right? Basically. So that's why we're here, to kind of answer questions and just kind of shed light on these products, because they've changed so many people in my community's lives. And yeah, some of it's been speculative gains, some of it's just been the ability to see a roadmap of kind of financial freedom. Some is taking loans, and there's just so much to offer here. Like, why would you just say? I've seen so many influencers as well just kind of snub it and saying not your keys. I'm just like, you're missing the point. Like, you're totally missing the point of all this goodness and the financial tool set that you could get from this. Like, why would you just ignore it? Like, why? I just don't understand that. But you know, everyone's brains are different. So
you use crypto like it's a toolbox. We've now have tools that were only accessible to fucking hedge funds now. Literally, like you use for the most part, I have most of my actual money is actually in cold storage. Essentially, it's like literally it's not, I control my keys, but I have a good portion on Celsius, and I have Hex staked. I have some coins over here and over there and everything, right? But like you use tools, right? Like Celsius is one of the. Let's just say you didn't want to keep coins on Celsius. I would still have a fucking Celsius account, because at some point, let's just say like for some reason I need some cash, but I don't want to sell my Bitcoin or something. Let me transfer one Bitcoin over to Celsius. If I'm automatically accepted, I go take a fucking loan on it. I don't have to sell my Bitcoin. I use that cash, pay off some shit I need to pay off. You eventually with you know, because I think the prices are going to go up and stuff, you'll be able to pay back like the loan based off interest and stuff, and then you get your Bitcoin back, and you still have your Bitcoin here. And it's a tool. These are tools to use to help you out and stuff, because one of the number one things is like once you sell your crypto, man, it really sucks to have to rebuy back that Bitcoin or that Hex at a higher fucking price. And people don't understand that it's really, really useful. The richest people in the world borrow on their assets. That's what everyone does. You think like Jeff Bezos can't fucking sell his Amazon stock, because if he sells his fucking Amazon stock, the world's like, has Jeff Bezos lost confidence in Amazon? Is he going to
crash? He's going to crash his stock price and lose all his money. Yeah, you're right. They all borrow against their.
They have to.
They don't sell it. They can't sell it.
Even forget. And this is another thing that happens all the time. People see an app like Celsius, and then they'll just say, "Okay, sell token, it's a scam." Forget the sell token. Just that's a nice feature if you want to use it, or we can discuss that all day long. That's something else. But just look at the underlying. It's not about sell tokens. It's not about this stuff that people just gravitate towards. Look at the toolbox. Look at where this could go. Look what could be here in 3 years. Look at the features that are being built. Look at the landscape. Where does this fit in? Like, this is what we're trying to do in these streams, trying to show people this kind of mentality rather than just what is a sell token done today. Like, that's irrelevant, really, in terms of, if you hold shitloads of sell tokens, that's nice, but so hold another token and that goes up too, right? It's kind of more of the macro picture and kind of what is going to happen. Why are companies like Line? Why are they bothering with Celsius? Why would a company like Line with 164 million users bother with Celsius? Why? Think about it just for 5 seconds. Just think. Shit. Oh, they didn't launch any products yet. Nothing's happened. Like, just wait. And this is what we'll just keep talking about these things, and then we'll watch them materialize. Were we right or were we wrong? And we'll be wrong.
One quick last point. Do you guys think more coins have been lost from self-custody since the beginning of crypto, or more coins have been lost through hacks? It's pretty similar, I bet.
It's pretty. Probably self-custody, but eventually hacks, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but people assume that storing their own crypto, like not your keys, not your crypto. I mean, you're your own worst enemy. Like you really have to be on top of things. Like I didn't trust myself enough to, think about it. At any point in your life, have you ever lost something that you didn't want to lose, like a code or something of value that you didn't want to lose? Like, it's happened, right? It's happened. Like, as much as you think you're like not gonna lose things or misplace something or do something wrong, like, yeah, at least at this point, I just think it's just like Celsius has set it up in a way that it's so user friendly, and it's going to become more user friendly. But it's just also from a security standpoint. Like, I mean, Kevin might know more about this than me, but like it seems to me that from everything I've looked into so far, it seems like it's as secure as storing it on any platform in crypto.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin, you're muted. Sorry, I had to pour a drink out. You guys are making me angry.
What do you got, man? What have you got?
Just a little Hennessy.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Like, yeah, it's not just about Celsius, right? It's kind of, Celsius is just one company, and one company can sway left or right or whatever way it is. And I'm not just a Celsius fanboy. I'm like a lending and borrowing fanboy. That's kind of what I am. And that's what I want to be. And I want to be independent. So if I see something better, I'll say this is better. And that's a great diversification technique, right? Like, let's go over there too. I just don't see that at the moment. So you can argue other companies with me all you want, but I don't trust any of those companies. So this is all I trust right now. And yeah, I think it's just education, isn't it? It's like literally just taking the time to educate people, watching streams, understanding kind of people don't understand where the coins go, how the yield's generated. They don't understand anything. The level of financial literacy, or in this case, is just zero, or even less people that are non-crypto. So it's taking the time to do this is why we're doing it, basically.
I have a good analogy for people to understand why. So here's a really interesting thing right now. So imagine right now we're in the California gold rush right now, right? And most people think, yeah, obviously the miners, the guys who went to go dig the gold and stake their claims, they're the ones who mostly made all the money, right? No, there wasn't that. There's people made some money, but not like very few of them actually got very rich off all that gold mining they did, right? The people who got rich, the people who owned all the general stores and the restaurants, giving all the services and stuff. They're the ones who really made all the money off of all this shit. So the one cool thing about Celsius is if you have your coins on there, you're essentially like you're letting these traders. You're really making all the profit off the traders because the traders are doing all this fuckery. They're trading up and down. They're taking all the risk, and obviously Celsius has a good model with all the collateral. So even if they fuck up, you don't lose the money, right? So it's a really good system, and over time you essentially end up beating up even the traders and stuff because you're earning all the interest of the system. So it's like, okay, traders, okay, you want to trade? Go trade, motherfuckers. Go do your fuckery. I'm just gonna sit back and fucking. I'm gonna sit back and just earn interest passively off of this fuckery until you guys run out of steam on this. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna hold all the coins.
That's literally what I do.
Yeah,
like literally, it's like that's why people call me bearish a lot. But I'm just like, I just don't want to engage in that. Like, why would I engage in that for all the stress? Even like back in the day, just staking. You used to like stake on certain platforms. God, it was difficult. Upgrading wallets, keeping code online, blah blah blah. I just cannot be bothered for like 2%, 1% less. I'll just take the 1% less. That's the rate. And then I've got, if I do screw it up staking, I've lost my coins. The whole lot's gone. I've done it before, right? I've lost a lot. But it's kind of, it's for me, DeFi, it's centralized, whatever, but there is probably more protection there than any, smart contract because there is the ability to kind of, because most of the assets are deployed, right? So there's only counterparty risk on, look, we can go into risk all day long, but basically, I believe that if there was some sort of, default or whatever, there would be coverage there of some sort. So I believe that from my analysis, you don't have to. You believe what you want, and if you don't want any yield, just keep it in cold storage, and then it's up to you. So,
definitely. And God damn it, I lost my train of thought. Fuck.
You lost on cold storage.
Yeah.
Cold storage just plays a part, right? It does play a part. It's not all or one. It's kind of just being sensible with these tools.
But that's why there's so much money to be made right now. I mean, literally, people forget, like, we're in the gold rush. We're in the Goldilocks zone. We're in the place right now because it's so difficult and stuff. You guys all understand, like, I mean, everyone in here, everyone may think they're not that smart. You guys are all pretty fucking smart. I mean, you guys are like, I've got mobile wallets. I've got fucking cold storage. I'm using Celsius. I'm using DeFi. I got hex stakes. I got this and that. And go ask somebody on the street. Hey man, could you mind sending me you mind sending me a Bitcoin real quick? You mind sending me a little bit of Ethereum? What's Ethereum? Or two, like, I've heard of that Bitcoin thing. Like, hey bro, can you tell me what's going on, right? You think you could buy me some Monero, man? What's Monero? Like, you know what I mean? It's like at most people all they know is, I think I've heard of Bitcoin. Yeah, of course I've heard of Bitcoin. Obviously, it's a little too dangerous and speculative for my portfolio, but I understand that. That's as far as you get with somebody, right? And you guys don't understand how ahead of the fucking game you guys are. And we have, but because we're so ahead of the game, the average normie that's going to come in and stuff, you have to create stuff that's like the reason the Apple iPhone fucking killed the game is because it's the easiest thing to use. It's like a dummy I could use it. I mean, literally, like anyone, like it's so simple that sleekness and stuff that's going to happen to crypto. But when that happens to crypto, like a lot of the gains it's going to be harder to get gains out of the system. So essentially, because you guys are in here right now, well, it's kind of difficult. You got your money invested out in these good projects, and you invest into certain normie stuff, and then you invest into like some really cool DeFi stuff. You're going to be good. Just chill back and just relax and hodl on, because all the money is made by people who hodl. It's not by trading. Obviously, you can make a swing trade here and there. Like, oh wow, I made a lot of money. Let me take a little off the top and like diversify myself because I'm a little too, on one coin, but that's it. I mean, it's not that hard,
People don't factor in the cost of time, the cost of stress, the cost of brain juice, the cost of everything. And once you once you understand that, I said it to one of your guys in the when you did your course. I said to him, if I could make you 15% a year, would you be happy? Would you snap my hand off now and run? And he was like, yes. I was like, why are you trading then? Look at Jimmy. He loves it. Jimmy,
yeah.
Put him on here. Rolex Explorer it is. It's an old one, Jimmy. It's nothing too flash.
It's a nice Rolex. I like it, man. The first of the Moon boys with the Rolex.
It's an old 36 millimeter. It's not a big boy. Just a simple one. The look at Jimmy. He's like a shark, man.
Yeah.
Jimmy. I can't even remember what I was saying. Yeah, so just 15% a year. Look, the rates are dropping now on stable coins. Obviously, the DeFi thing has cooled off, and I think the election's cooled a lot of stuff off as well. So I don't know what we're down to now. To 11, 10 to 13% on stable coins, and then appreciating on the sell as well. So you're probably going to make 15% clear, aren't you? Easy. If you just put 100 grand into USDC, you just left it, and you come back in a year, it's going to be like 115, 120 grand. So it's just easy, right? Like, and most people are just losing in this game, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if you're no good at trading, or your psychology doesn't lend to it, or it makes you feel shit like it does for me. Like, I love trading. Like, it's like gambling, right? Like, I really enjoyed it, but it literally screws me up, and I just become a terrible person. I just exhaust myself. And I don't make as much as I've made by just holding, literally buy and hold, and just buy 2 or 3 times a year. Look, this is not financial advice, not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying it's another thing that you can tool you can use with your trading, you know. Just so take your time, you know. You don't have to force trades. If you've just made some gains, put it to work and just come back in a couple of months when the market's cooled down. Just gives you a mindset, like, as it you are doing something when you're not doing something, right? That's kind of what it feels like to me. Like, every Monday you just get paid out and you don't do anything, but so you're getting something back. You're getting some gratification.
Yeah. So that's how about let's get back to the because the people came here for the sell talk.
Yeah, I'll let you guys just carry on.
Come on, Kevin.
No, I'll get involved with that. I'll get involved, but these numbers just hurt my head. They're big, a lot of equations and different stuff. So we need to like map this out into a slide or something. I need to
we'll get a slide.
A visual to go along with it. And I think we need to slow it down, like the price calculation talk, in terms of like how we're getting to some of these numbers, right? Because it's hard for me to follow, and I get it, right? And I spend a lot of time doing this, so anybody else is just going to go over the top of their head. So
hey Kevin, I posted that pressure graph on I posted it on Twitter, and one of the comments was just, I don't get this one. And I'm just like, I don't blame you, because there's only so much you can fit on a graph, right? So like, I put on the the earnings, price to earnings ratios at the bottom. But then I'm like, I also have to include the sell price to give people a reference point for when the price to earnings was at those points. But then I'm also trying to show that the pressure is increasing. So I have to do the inverse. So you have a percentage above it. And then also you want to put the dates of when these prices are. And there's just only so much you can convey on one graph to show it. So
yeah,
I end up, I mean, I think for the biggest thing, like, I think for the community, and like, not to say, like, we still don't know if half the stuff I'm saying has any validity. Like, it could all just be completely wrong. Until we have more data, we don't really know. Like, we definitely, there's things we can speculate on, but and I do think there's some validity, or a lot of validity. It's just we don't necessarily know at this point. But like, the way I think about things is I like to define. I like to use analogies, and I like to define everything going back to the flywheel, at least from a fundamental standpoint, because I think a lot of the people in the community, they hear Alex always referring to the flywheel, but maybe they don't, like, when they can see specific numbers they can track to determine how fast the flywheel is going, how big is it increasing, what kind of force is it creating on the price, what kind of pressure is it creating on the price if the price drops, like, how do all those numbers, and it's really not that complicated once you understand it. It's actually super straightforward. So Yeah, I don't know how you guys want to talk about that part of it.
I think slowing it down, like you're right, it is really simple, but like when we rattle it off between the three of us, like it's not that simple. So if we can like slow it down a bit, and then it will just help the audience kind of grasp this stuff, because it is pretty simple what you're saying, but it's just kind of the way that we kind of talk like 1,000 miles an hour. It's kind of hard.
We can slow it down for sure.
Some people don't even know what the buybacks are, right? Some people are like,
yeah, well, let's define, let's like slow down and define each thing and discuss them as we go. And like the thing also is with you guys, like you know, Kevin, you've been posting a lot of stuff about the scarcity side of it, right? So that's another separate discussion, right? Because what I've been mostly focused on is the flywheel, right? Which is only really what it is. It's the buy side. It's the demand side scarcity of the model. The supply side scarcity is completely separate, and that's what you've been talking about, or you've been posting about with, you know, how the coins on market has been going down a few percent every month, and the user growth and how that's affecting how much sell is left per user. So that's like another category of people understanding, because I think a lot of people understand that they can see those numbers shrinking and they see that scarcity, right? Because it's a little bit more easier to grasp. So then you have the flywheel, and then you also have, you know, the stuff that you know, that Dollar Cost is talking about, like when you're talking about years down the road and you're kind of doing the moon math, like you're calculating in almost everything at the same time, right? Because you're able to see trends very well, and you're able to see, like, you know, how FOMO works, human psychology. Like, he's really good at defining human psychology. So it's almost like you have the human psychology side of it, you know, with the moon math, and just being very good at seeing trends. And then, you know, we're all kind of contributing, but I just think, like, if we kind of can define some of these things, and so people will understand why the moon math gets so large, it's because you're compounding different aspects that Celsius has that all kind of tie into the token and all amplify each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where most of the discussions fall down, because you're right. Like, I talk, when my predictions of why people say I'm bearish, because I talk about, like, my time frames are usually 1 to 2 month time frames, right? Or now to 2 month time frames. And that's why I always just say there's not enough time, right? Because I'm in the now. Miguel's probably like all the way down the road, and then you're kind of in between somewhere. So I think the combination of the three of us can kind of
I'm living 3 to 5 years in the future.
Yeah, and I live very much like what's going on now, and I want to see trends now and when trends change. So it's kind of just defining that from the beginning, and that would solve most arguments in crypto, because most people are arguing about the same thing, but it's just different time frames, right?
It's sort of like if we had Wasabi here, it'd be like we have Christmas past, Christmas present, and Christmas future. You know what I mean? Like, we have all we have the trifecta of people in here, but that's what Plan C actually said it perfectly. Like, when I do a calculation, even though, like, sometimes I do write them down, but it's mostly I'm using like mathematics in my head, where I'm basically adding in, okay, human greed, you know, number of possible extrapolating numbers, and then from there taking into market cap, current price, and then possible circumstances that could happen, and then getting a very rough estimate of where we can go. But when you do all those things together, you get a rough idea of where it's going. And typically, if I can extrapolate that far out on something, I can tell, like, oh yeah, the price is going to be much higher than it is right now, and that's more than enough to me. As, like, let's just say if that's enough for me to make the trek out there, because, like, I'm not going to invest into something that I don't see that there's huge future potential in. Like, why would I waste my time in something? Because, like, there's so many things out here in crypto where I can get a 2x out of that. It's like, why would I care, right? But, like, something like Celsius, I can easily get another 100x on my money. Even if that 100x took 5-6 years, where else are you going to get that? That beats inflation. That beats everything else. Same thing with something like Hex as well, right? But, like, what's right here, this stream is going to be, we're talking mostly about Celsius. We're talking about Celsius. So in terms of that, like, I can extrapolate out that we got 100x easily and pretty I think safely in Celsius right now, right? Because whether you take whatever number, if you're actually taking the real market cap or the other market cap, you know, like, Celsius in this market, in this cycle, will hit 40 billion to about 100 billion in market cap. just because of all the assets under management that it has. And then the buybacks will propel the price up there. And then once the price is being propelled at that height, people end up having this thing called FOMO. And they're like, holy shit, oh shit, heck. I mean, damn, I say heck so much. It's changed by like, oh my God, Celsius. The price is going like crazy. They just start buying it up. And because it is a finite resource, you know, it's capped at 700 million. There's very little bit. So eventually you'll hit this inflection point on Celsius where the price just starts going like crazy until OGs decide to sell. And that provides the liquidity. And then that'll slow the price. That'll calm the buyers, but then the buybacks start pushing it up. And then eventually the price starts getting into the zone of like, it's almost like a price discovery zone again. It starts going up like this. And all the guys are like, oh my God, the price, it's so insane. And then like the OGers are like, all right, fuck it, I'm selling 10,000 cell tokens. And then people start selling and it slows it down. And then people are like, oh my God, they start buying it up and then it calms down for a bit. And it's just consistent, calm down. The buybacks push it up. OGers and everyone's just buying it up. The daily buys buy it up, and then it hits the zone where it just shoots up like a spring. So it's almost like it's platforming, and then it's getting like rubber bands, and then boom, it shoots up, and then the rubber band at the top is the people who hold Celsius or the traders essentially selling, adding some liquidity back onto the system. And this is the same thing for almost all systems. Because that's kind of what happens, except with Celsius, it's almost like it has a natural, because of the buybacks, it has a natural buyer of last resort of all time. So there's always someone in the market purchasing because it has to redistribute profits in cell token back to the community of the cell token holders on the app. And that's why it incentivizes most of the money to stay in the app, because when it's in the app, guess what it's not in? It's not trading around. So you end up having very low liquidity outside of the exchange or outside of the wallet, which then just gives you a much higher price. And as soon as people fucking discover this, the token price is going to be very high because they're just...
What you've got at the moment is so exactly what you just described there is what you can see on the charts, right? You can literally see it. You can see this suppression, this plateau, and then this spring in, this coiling effect, and then this releasing effect, this impulse effect, right? Yeah. But why we can see it so well is because, one, the liquidity is fairly low, and two, we're not getting this counter trading, which you usually get on exchanges, right? And all this skullduggery that goes on. So while we don't have that, it's literally like that. What you're describing is literally easy to depict and it's easy to work out based with the numbers that I put up, with the work plans he does and you do. We can all get together, watch the wallets. And that's what we've been doing, right? That's how we knew at 30 cents what was going to happen. Like none of us thought it was probably going to rip to, well, maybe you did dollar cost, but I didn't think it was going to rip to 150 that fast. Like I thought, 150 fair enough sometime, but not in 20 days. Like that was crazy.
It was so underpriced. It was
so yeah.
I didn't have, the one thing is I didn't have a PE ratio. And that's what something Plan C is sort of figuring out right now. That's why, I really appreciate the work Plan C is doing. Professor Celsius over here. Professor Celsius. I used to call him Professor. Professor Xavier. Professor Celsius. But that's what I'm trying, even now I think Celsius is undervalued. Very undervalued. I only say it's fair market.
Do you guys know right now that the PE ratio is the same as right before we did the last run up? So right now we're at about a 20, which is exactly where we were when the price was at 50 cents. So because the buybacks have increased so much, if so, initially the PE ratio thing, there was actually another guy that posted that on Twitter. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kevin? It was shoot.
Martin, I think. Was it Martin?
Yeah. Martin. Yeah, he's the first person I saw say that. That's where I got it from. It was from him. Yeah. But what he initially wrote was, and this is what I thought the same thing initially was, he was using the entire interest paid per week, kind of like as it's Celsius the company. So he was he basically was like, okay, take the total amount of interest paid back to the community, including Celsius's 20% that they keep, the company, and that's the earnings of Celsius, right? And you can look at that on a yearly basis and then divide that by, or take the market cap, the current price times create the market cap and then divide it by the earnings, or divide it, but it's sell the token. So it has to just be in my opinion, it just has to be the percentage that's paid back to the community, the buyback. Like that is the earnings of Celsius, the company, or Celsius, the token. But Celsius is a network. It's not a company. So usually when companies are growing, like Celsius is a growing network, right? Usually when companies are growing, they have to reinvest earnings back into the company to be able to grow. But what Celsius is a network. And so it doesn't have any costs. So in order for it to grow, it doesn't have to reinvest its earnings back in. Like it is reinvesting because it's giving it back like as a buyback or a dividend, but it's like a growing corporation, like in the early stage venture that it is paying like a 5% dividend through buybacks. It's kind of combining every model. Like you don't see that. You see you see 500 companies, like Fortune 500 companies that are, mature companies that are paying a 5% dividend, but at that point they have no growth left. They basically are giving all their earnings back because they can't. If they reinvest, it doesn't do anything. Where like Celsius is, like it's just different, right? I don't know if anything's making sense, but it's a network, so it doesn't have any expenses. It has and like I'll just add on what you guys said before. So Celsius is the only token I'm aware of in all of crypto that is paying interest like on a fixed supply cap.
Yeah.
So because they're bringing money in from an outside source into their network, every other staking project has inflation to pay stakers. Celsius has no inflation and it's paying stakers. And reason why it's able to do that is because it's bringing value in from outside of the token. Nothing else in crypto I'm aware of is doing that. Even Bitcoin is not. It doesn't have inflation, so the value is going to the miners, right? But like as far as that part of it, but Celsius, unless you guys know of another one, like it is paying. There's nothing else in the space that's doing that.
It's the hardest working man in crypto, that's for sure. In coin wise, because you're right. It's paying on a fixed supply, so it's performing. It's a performing asset. So you've taken a company, a crypto, a dividend company, and it's a shit ton. It's so many different things.
You've got, sorry to cut you off, just to add, you've got the company pushing the price in your direction as well, whereas most of these companies are dumping supply, right? Celsius is, the way it's trading, a lot of this volume is OTC, right? So a lot of these OTC trades, they're sold and then they're selling them high, and then when the price is dropping, they're like literally counter trading the market to push it back up at the same time, right? So that's where you're getting these flaws with everything you just said there. Dollar cost.
Kevin, do you know if Celsius, the company, are they buying like when they post the numbers for the buybacks every week of how many Celsius they're buying? Or do they don't disclose like if they're buying extra for the next week? No. We don't know necessarily how much they're buying. Like when the price dropped down to $1, we don't know how much Celsius the company bought.
Yeah, it's not done. There's that. That's part of the OTC team, I would say, or whoever's doing the trading and the interest of Celsius. Right, they can buy a lower price. When the price dumps, they will buy a lot. So that, I'd say, that recent crash to $1, I'd say they would probably be sense for them to buy there, and then they can redistribute that at a higher price, right? So they can make that way too. So so they're basically, what I'm saying is they're trading in your interest instead of like counter trading and dumping against you, like, which is pretty much what all the other projects do. They just dump against you constantly.
Yeah. I mean,
that's an exact opposite model of Ripple and some of these other companies that are just constantly flooding the market with coins, right? Every time the price runs up, they want to sell a little bit, but they don't want to sell too much because they don't want to crash the price.
Right.
Yeah. If that OTC volume wasn't done OTC and it was done on the exchange, the price would be ripping right now. Like, there's been serious buying OTC. They've nearly ripped through that supply. They had that 5% bonus supply. I can't remember how many, which it was, but they've nearly gone through that.
So you hexagons that are listening right now, what Kevin just said was pretty much their OTC desk for buying Celsius is exactly like the AA. At a certain point, the AA and the OTC desk runs out, and all the purchases have to be done through exchanges and Uniswap. At a certain point, it all has to be bought on the market. So what do you think is going to happen? Not for no financial advice.
It is almost inevitable where the price is going, you know, like, I don't know where, look, you guys all have a skills. My skill isn't to predict where the price is going to go, you know, and I don't want to spend much time on it either, because these guys like you are doing much better than me, but it's going up, right? Like, it's just inevitable. It cannot really, for, you know, shut the wallet and open it next year. I'm pretty confident it's going to be up. I just see how it can, unless you have some sort of crazy black swan event, the company just fails, whatever, you know. I'm not telling anyone to invest in it, and I wouldn't say rush out and buy at like $1.50 or 40 levels. That's buy entry it, but that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it's maths, right? And it's going one way.
Where does this the channel of dreams, where does it have the price at by the end of 21 and 22?
21. So I basically, just for the chat, let me just check.
Sure.
Just check the price now. So for the guy chat, I did this channel. I just basically took sell on the hit BTC sell USD pair, and I basically just drew a channel on the logarithmic scale, and it pretty much looked realistic to kind of where the price could go. So what was the question again? Plan C?
Just yeah, where is it, like because that's held good so far. Like, I mean, everything on there looks like that channel looks like the price is been kind of towards the top of it almost. Like, it looks very plausible that it will stay in that range.
Yeah,
you know, as long as everything continues to grow at the same pace. So what does it have at the end of 21 and 22 for
so the end of this
low and high, like a range? What's the range?
The end of this year, it basically has, and anyone just go and follow me on Twitter. You can see on my handle on the screen at crypto_flipping, and you can see all this stuff. I just post it all the time. So the channel has a low, medium, and high. So the low for the end of this year is $1, the medium is $2, and the high is $4. So if we go
next year in 2022, though.
So if we go mid 2021, the low is 5, the medium is 10, and the high is 22. If we go end of 2021, the low is $33, the medium is $60, and the high is $110. And then the chart runs out.
So 33 to 120 by the end of next year.
Yes, that's what it says on the channel, right? Like, until this channel's validated, then I'll just hold this channel, right? And I can't really comprehend those numbers, if I'm honest. But look, this channel, until it breaks the bottom end of this channel and busts out the bottom of it, I'm just going to hold this as the best chart that we've got at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that chart, like 33 to 120, so that range is really where a lot of the math, like, also coincides with. Like, a lot of the numbers, like the multiples of, you know, the AUM, the overall growth of crypto, the user growth, like those three numbers combined, like those three categories of numbers, like Litecoin's talked about, or dollar cost talked about. You know, I was wondering about that, because 33 to 120 is you know, it sounds high, it really does, like when you compare where we're at, but at the same time, like, it does, the math does kind of get us there, at least on the lower end of that range, for sure. It seems like my initial guess was between 10 and 50 by the end of next year, but I don't know what dollar cost thinks on some of the math, that, like, his way of looking at the math, what he would say for the end of next year.
End of next year, 10 puts us well out the bottom of that channel. But yeah, look, this channel can be redrawn, you know, like if we do pop at the bottom of it and I readdress the bottom of the channel, you know, that can happen, right? Like, I'm not saying this is just something and we got to remember that
1 year in crypto is a long time. Like, you know, like, I've only been at Celsius for 6 months. So
there's not a whole lot of data here either, right? This doesn't go back years and years like it does in Bitcoin. So it is very speculative, but I think it's reasonable as well. Like, the way that it, like, hockey sticks kind of bends my mind a lot. I'll just be honest. But, you know, so
those impulses, like, like, I don't know anything about technical analysis. I know nothing, but the impulses are, like, they can just keep happening, essentially. Like, like it can like, I guess any, like, how does that work in technical analysis? You can just keep having impulse after impulse.
Well, typically in technical analysis, you'd measure it on like a fib extension, and there's many different ways you can do it. But I'm just measuring the impulses based on the previous impulses, and they kind of range anywhere from 100% per impulse to 300%. Like the minimum impulse is 100% that's happened last time, previous, and obviously the more money that comes in, like I can't see the impulses. So the last one was 300%, and there was a lot of suppression, and it was coiled heavily down and held down for a long time, and it gave a lot of people a lot of chance to buy and hold. So I'd say that's, you know, even if we get 100% impulse from here, like where does this, let me just work it out now, where it puts us. So it puts us from the base. Let me just check from the.
What are your predictions for end of next year, dollar cost?
Minimum $25.
So roughly. Yeah, same as the channel, kind of 33.
Yeah. To tell you the truth,
I'm actually the most bearish out of all three of you. Then when I said $10 to $50, I'm more bearish than both of you.
I haven't got a prediction for next year because I am illiterate in making predictions that far. I can't do it. Like I can only see to the end of this year and a bit further on. Like my brain doesn't see that at all because I just can't calculate those numbers like that. I just look at the next, you know, 1, 2, 3 to 6 months. That's kind of where I just focus. My blinkers are just there. There's nothing past that for me. So I can't make that prediction, but I'll happily do it for fun if people want, you know. But it's just for me, just literally like throwing a dart. It's meaningless. It's not based on much.
Well, let's attach it. Let's try to attach it to you were looking at something there as well. You can add it in, but let's try to attach some of these predictions then and the channel to math. Like, so in both your opinions, what do you guys feel like? This is my biggest question, honestly, about Celsius. It is the user growth.
Okay.
So where by the end of next year, how many accounts and then active users do you guys foresee? Because that's really the biggest question in my head.
So right now we're at what, 210,000 total downloads. End of year, we're probably going to be maybe like 260, 280, probably by December. Probably like 260, 280 in total downloads. And then that'll bring our...
It's about 1,000 a day right now, right?
About 1,000 a day, yeah. And that'll bring our active users probably somewhere close to about maybe 80K, probably, by the end of the year.
It's about 400 a day right now for
actives,
active users. Kevin's keeping track of all that, right?
Yeah, that's all my predictions are basically, I just add 400 times how many days until the trend starts going up higher, then I'll change it, right? Like, so
because it used to be only 100 a day. Like how many months ago? Like you put the last few months, and it was at one point it was 100, 200, 400. So like, it is increasing the amount of users per day, like active users. What I try to focus on, but it's because think about it. Like when we first got in, like how many users? Like there was only 30,000 active users when I first got in, and that was 6 months ago.
So here's Alex's prediction, and this was some time ago. He said by the end of next year, 4 billion in assets, and he said 1 million downloads end of next year. So
that's what he said. Okay, so 1 million downloads. So most likely around 400,000 active users then.
Rough, probably a little higher because actually, I think the actives are going up as well because the actives are going up. They're not going down. So between
400 and 500,000 then active users. But
we're probably going to be closer to 500,000. If we hit 1 million, we're probably going to be closer to like.
There's also going to be a lot of new people coming into crypto, but I guess we shouldn't factor that in. But we don't know that.
You got to remember, there's going to be a hockey stick somewhere. Even though it feels like it's hockey sticking, now it's not. Like it's literally
right now it feels like a slow grind, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, it is. It looks like it on a long chart when you track it from like one depositor to where we are now. It looks like a hockey stick. It's not, right? It's the base of the hockey sticks. Dollar Cost Crypto said a few times. He said that once we get to that like 400, 500, 600 download mark, it will hockey stick really fast. Like I don't know what that catalyst is going to be. It's going to be something, the one in March was a catalyst. Like it literally just
Well,
propelled.
it could be Line or something like you've said. Like it could be one of these big partnerships, right? Like that really brings the users in.
Cell hitting the top 20. That's probably in because right now the top
that too for sure.
The top 20 right now is $1 billion. I'm going off of coin market cap. It is what it is. Okay. Just if anyone's asking. Right now, number 21 is Neo, and that's $1 billion market cap. Obviously, these market caps are going to go up, but it's going to smash into there. So bare minimum, Celsius is probably going to be anywhere from 20 to 15 in market cap.
Well, $4 Celsius with the coin market cap statistics would give us like 1.2 billion, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because of
they have 270 million circulating supply, right? So if you have $4 Celsius, you're at about 1.2 billion market cap. So that would put us up in the top 20.
Yeah, it would put our current prices, but by that point, actually, that could even hit this year. Actually, yeah, that put us in the top 20. But then if
we should be top 20 by early next year.
Yes, correct.
So that's going to change a lot. That really is going to change a lot with the visibility of the project. Like I think that really we're like a few more months from now, and you're going to start seeing the Celsius talked about in a lot of places. Like you're going to start to see it. I think early next year.
Crypto Crow. Actually, I was very surprised. So in terms of big YouTubers, I was surprised that actually Crypto Crow is probably one of the first YouTubers that really fucked with Celsius for the most part. He even had a couple interviews with Alex earlier on. So he is an ally for Celsius.
Wolf of All Streets. What's it called? Wolf of All Streets or something like that?
Yeah, he just barely jumped on, but yeah, he's one of the first kind of. He has like 130,000 Twitter followers and stuff. The guy's been around a while, and yeah, he's actually openly kind of gone against like I think BitLord and a couple of these other guys saying no, Celsius is legit, dude. Like, so that's pretty good on him. That'll actually I think he saved himself. He's going to keep his position for this entire bull market off of that sell call for the most part, I think. But you have guys like the probably the really big YouTube channel that's going to probably flip towards Celsius is going to be the Modern Investor, based off of what Celsius is doing with XRP is gigantic, right? Because you can hold your XRP and you will be able to earn on your XRP and be able to get the airdrop in a Celsius wallet. That was so big and stuff. So people are like, yeah, like, I mean, because like if you know the Modern Investor and stuff, he is absolutely in love with XRP. Like he's absolutely in love with XRP. So it kind of tickled him. He was like, wow, you can earn like 3 or 4% on Celsius on XRP and stuff. So
because XRP isn't on any other platforms. Like you can't earn XRP is not on Nexo or BlockFi or anything else, right?
Yeah, it's harder to earn interest on it and stuff. It's for he heard, wow, Celsius, we're out with Bitfinex, cool. Eventually he'll probably just jump straight over to Celsius, to tell you the truth. And once he gets
what about DataDash? Because DataDash is a pretty neutral guy that's not bought out, I don't think.
And he's got his own product. That's the thing. He's got his own wallet with Celsius integrated into the back end.
I noticed there's a slight difference in the yeah.
That was one of the first bumps. Yeah. That was one of the first bumps in the data.
Actually, we saw quite a few, I remember that. There was like 3,000-4,000 new users a day for a couple days or something, or like a couple thousand a day.
5,000 new users. That's what we got out of it.
That's right.
The thing with DataDash, I mean, full disclosure, I own equity in his app. What was the app's called? Digifox and stuff. And then one of the main reasons I even jumped into it was like, one, he's one of the biggest influencers in crypto. Two, he's got the API. I mean, the API of Celsius protecting the coin. So there's the chances that there's going to be a loss of coins is pretty low because Celsius is handling that stuff in the background. And three, I kind of understand the whole model. And then from there, it's just basically he's a lead generator, and then he's got his own Celsius wallet, and he's going to be able to earn interest on that stuff and provide some other things on it. So I was like, oh, this thing's going to do very well.
His idea was like kind of combining all the top projects in one app. That was kind of what I saw. So he took Celsius as kind of like the interest custodial part of it, but then he's also incorporating like easy to pay, easy to whatever. Like he's kind of making a one financial app for crypto with all the best projects. That's kind of what I thought.
Exactly, yeah. And then you'll be able to buy on his app and stuff, all these cryptos, and then trade on there. It's like you can do a lot of shit on the app and stuff. It's pretty cool app, I think. But I mean, I haven't found much of a reason to use it. Give me one second.
No, it's pretty good app. I think the way he launched it was nice, and fair play to him. He must be. I think he's skimming a little bit of profit off the Celsius rates and stuff, but
it was like 1% or something.
Yeah, so he's making some good money, and it's a lot of people hate him, but I think he's not a bad analyst and stuff. So I quite like him.
Yeah, he was one of the first big YouTubers I saw that was really on this whole DeFi train. He really was.
The thing is with him, to cut you off, he lasted the entire bear market. He stayed around the whole way, right? Half these shills, they went away and they came back. He didn't.
You guys remember Coin Mastery? I used to watch it.
Oh yeah,
I love Coin Mastery, but he was great.
He was great. But I don't know what happened. It's like he didn't want to deal with the trolls. Like he somehow he had
Coin Mastery shilling BlockFi. I saw it with my own eyes, and I was
no. Because he got like when you have 100K followers, to just straight up close your channel, like he was making money on that channel, I'm sure. And like during the last cycle, I mean, maybe he's going to come back. Who knows, right? Like you said, he might.
He is a shill. He's a shill. Don't listen to him.
Okay, I'm not going to follow him if he comes back, but I did enjoy him in the early days when I was first getting in, like 2017. He's him and Data Dash were the two guys I was watching mostly.
And great commentary, great channel, nice guy, shill. So any chills, just unfollow him because they're not giving you advice.
Follow them. You got to be careful who you follow because it does change your subconsciously. You can get roped in. Could you imagine if every single one of the ones I know that's not compromised is Moon Gang.
Moon Gang.
That's not compromised.
Let's see. I always say to Charlie, Charlie, I'm going to hold you to account, right? The minute you start shilling, I'm going to call it out. So Charlie's great. I follow that channel. It's brilliant.
That's why I listen, because the guys are knowledgeable and I know what they're saying. They believe and they're not compromised. I follow a lot of people, but now I'm starting to question how many of them are compromised.
A lot.
Literally, this whole cycle, this whole DeFi cycle, you've seen live who's compromised, and it's crazy. Even if it's one tweet, they're compromised, these people, because they're not dumbasses, right? They're super smart, these people. So if they're using these inferior platforms and taking less of a rate, taking 4% less on an interest rate, they're getting paid 100%.
Yeah. Who do you follow, Kevin? Who do you?
Charlie's the only one I follow, and I literally don't need anybody anymore. I follow Charlie for entertainment because I like watching it. That's all I follow. Because anytime you're watching anybody, you are literally if they're compromised, you're literally just polluting your brain. So just learn yourself. Do you know who I'm going to start following? Crypto Girl. Crypty Girl.
Crypto Girl, yeah, she's on to something right here.
Start following that. That's what I'm going to start following. Let's see if she's compromised. If you're compromised, we'll find you. Don't be compromised. Come over here. We're not compromised.
Right.
Yeah, but Charlie's good. Charlie's good. Nice guy. I like his analysis. Doesn't seem compromised. So, and kind of seems like he's adding quite a lot of value to his community.
Oh, definitely he is.
Yeah, welcome, Crypty Girl. I was messaging her before. I want to get some more females into this room, don't we? And we need to do some more content. You need to come on here with
the community chat call you do. As much as I love it, there's not a single female in there.
There was one, but she wouldn't talk. I was messaging her and she wouldn't. She was too shy. She wouldn't speak. So I really want to get more females in. You don't have to know anything. Half these females are super smart, but they don't seem to want to talk. So let's get them in. It's just a load of guys with guy opinions. So let's get some female brains in there as well to put us straight. That's what we need really in this space.
Yeah. And I always like sitting back when I see a female on the stream and stuff talking, because the guys start turning into apes. Ooh, you see, I'm so much. They start competing with each other to try to seem smarter than everybody.
I think we're really lucky at the moment. We've got a class of 2017, 2018 of people that have really knuckled down in the bear market and really tried to learn and are not compromised and are trying to just add impartial content. So I think we're very lucky in this space. Let's see in 3 years' time, who's, there's going to be a lot of money floating around in the bull market. So, and people have got to get, feed their families and stuff. So I don't hate on people too much for doing it, but as long as you're honest, right? Just be honest if you're doing it. That's okay. But yeah, I hate it when those ones that you respected so much and you thought so much of them, then they just turn. And then they won't even listen to logic. They won't reply and they block you. Like, I hate that so much. It's like, no.
These guys, yeah.
Coin
Mastery, man. I like Coin Mastery. I
love
it.
It's funny because he was like, yeah, easy to listen to, and his he did like a lot of chart analysis too for Bitcoin.
Smart guy, like, shame.
Yeah. If he wasn't compromised and he was just, because he's a smart guy for sure. Like there's a lot of guys that if they weren't compromised, like they are very intelligent, and then they present a lot of like because I'm really just looking for someone where I can get like the current events from a lot of the times, like just knowing what's going on, like making sure you're not missing any major things. And
what's his name? Best channel to, at least for right now, until he gets compromised as well, because he hasn't been compromised. Well,
compromise.
Well,
this is a new word, isn't it? Compromise.
Compromise, right? But, God damn it, Kevin. But like, right, at least for the most non-biased news, for the most part, it'd probably be the Modern Investor right now for news source. He's one of the biggest YouTube channels out here. The guy's a machine. He does a lot of videos. He does 2 to 3 videos a day in current news and stuff. And then once a week he does like news articles I missed. So it's a great channel to follow for like news. But because he has a bag of XRP, you end up getting a couple of the bullshit, like kind of like XRP articles and stuff. But it's, as long as you know that he has a little bit of an XRP slant, he's actually pretty fair on his assessment from what I've been able to tell watching his videos when he presents something and everything. And the guy knows his art as well. So he eventually will get into the NFT side as well, which is pretty interesting. And of course, Charlie from Cultivate Crypto, of course, has some of the best observations.
Charlie, I followed Charlie before I even talked to him or anything, and he is decent. Like I gave Charlie a lot of my time for free. He didn't pay me. I did a lot of Celsius stuff for him, and they didn't pay me. It was unbiased. Charlie kind of challenged me on a lot of it too. He was kind of, not sure, and we discussed it all out, and and I think I've seen Charlie flip flop a couple of times as well from different projects where he's like said, "Oh, this is rubbish," and then he's kind of said, "No, sorry, I was wrong. This is now I've changed my mind." And I kind of like that, like, because we all get it wrong, don't we? So just be honest, right? And I know I've got cases.
I used to be a very strong EOS shell, so I know that you can think you're right sometimes, and you can be completely wrong.
Yeah. Charlie needed a lot of convincing, man. Oh my God, I was screaming at the top of the hill, man. Like, buy, sell, Charlie. Come on, man. Listen. But we got him, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
No, he's got a good mind, Charlie. He's smart, so that's good. Yeah, I watch that. It's funny. It's a fun show. That Moon Gang is pretty fun. It's cool.
Definitely. So I think we should probably get back to maybe like some of that flywheel stuff.
Yeah. So you guys, So I guess we all kind of do agree on 400 to 500,000, based on what Alex said, right? It could be obviously that's just a guess, but at the end of next year, like just trying to be conservative as much as possible, right? Because if at the very bare minimum, if the user growth stays the exact same it is right now, then you'd have 400 times 365, right? So you're looking at it'd be about 150,000 plus what we have. So minimum, I guess, if we keep the same growth rate, would be 220 by end of next year.
Well, because right now we're at
70 right now, right? For I'm talking about active users, we're at 70, right?
Yeah.
And so we're averaging about 400 a day. So if we take 365 days by 400, right, then we've got about 150,000.
Plus the 70 we're getting, right?
Oh, that's not right. 150.
It's 200. Yeah.
150,000, right? 150,000 plus 70 would be 220.
220. Yeah.
By the end of next year, that's if we keep the growth rate we have currently. That's with nothing. Basically, we just grind and get 400 people a day for all of next year. We'd be at 220,000 by the end of next year. Well, I think it's gonna be closer to 400 to 500 myself, but
let's be bearish on it. Let's be bearish and just say 250.
Okay, so 250. So right now we're at 70, right? So that's almost a 4x in user growth by the end of next year.
Okay.
Because 280 would be 4x. So basically you have 4x the user growth, right? So that would 4x the assets under management if the average user is depositing the same amount of crypto as it is right now. If the average user account stays the same as it is currently, it might drop, but say it's, I don't know, what do you guys think it will drop?
The what will drop?
The average account, like, because if we 4x the amount of depositors, it depends on the average depositors. Like right now, I don't know what an average depositor is. I think it's come down quite a bit.
Originally it was like $14,000 per average depositor, but now it went down. So let's just 3x the money.
Okay, instead of 4x, do 3x. So you have so in the way I understand things or use analogies, the flywheel is equivalent. So the mass of the flywheel, right? So basically, I look at it like two ways. The flywheel size is them adding more assets to the app. So as they add more assets, the flywheel gets bigger as far as dimensionally, like it gets larger. But the actual weight of the flywheel, which is where the force comes from, is the assets under management. So I feel like the assets under management is the mass of the flywheel. So if we 3x the users, or 4x the users, but 3x the deposits, then we're 3xing the mass of the flywheel by the end of next year. Now, the other part of the equation is how fast the flywheel keeps spinning. So the way that I think is correct is it's the percentage of the interest paid in Celsius every Monday. So when you look at the total amount of interest paid every Monday, like Kevin posts this. Kevin posts a very good chart where it shows like going back, like it goes back almost a year, I think, where it's showing the growth of basically the total interest paid, and then he has the interest paid in Celsius. So you can take those numbers and work out a percentage, and that percentage, like this week, it was 39.5%. So 39.5% of the community was paid out in Celsius tokens for their interest. Like the total value was paid out in Celsius tokens. So to me, that means the flywheel is spinning at 39.5% capacity. Okay. So the speed of the rotational speed of the flywheel is at 39.5% capacity.
Okay.
And I put a graph on Twitter that showed the last 7 weeks, and we were at about 33% flywheel speed or rotational speed. We went up to 45 was the peak, and then we're down at about 40 now. So we've stayed between 30 and 45 for the last at least 8 weeks, right? So you could, I don't know what you want to calculate in for that flywheel speed. If you think that's going to slow down, if you guys think that'll slow. So by the end of next year, it should speed up, right? If they add the US in, right?
Yeah,
well, it's US accredited first, right? So US accredited investors. So I don't know how many people that is because the accreditation criteria is pretty high, right?
People coming in are going to be big holders, though. If they're credited, they're going to be bringing a lot of assets in. So the weight of those, even if it's less people coming in that are earning in sell, like if they earn in sell and they're accredited, they're probably bringing in larger amounts of money. So that's actually gonna. But I do think accredited is a lot different than everyone. Once you have everyone being able to earn in Celsius in the US, like that number could get up to 60%.
It's the FOMO. It's the FOMO.
I think 60%. I think 60% is the number with everybody. I think maybe it's accredited maybe brings us another 5, if that. But like you say, they're 5% more big players, right? And I don't know, like. It's hard for me to know about the US because I'm not from the US, and it's kind of Zach would be good to ask about this, how many he thinks, because he's kind of more on the pulse in the US. But yeah, I think let's say up to 5% maybe, so we get up to like maybe 45% or 43% which we've been like 42 I think before. So
well, you know when the price ran up. So what I noticed, I was watching when the price springed up from 40 cents all the way to $1.48. What I was noticing is every week, the percentage that are choosing to earn in Celsius was actually going up slowly. So we went up to from like 35 to 45 was the peak. That was when the price peaked. So to me, that shows that we increased, because what was happening was people like Dollar Cost was saying, as the sell price was running, people were FOMOing in to want to earn and sell, right? I think so. Plus, also what was happening is people were getting bumped up to the next tier, because their sell was becoming more valuable relative to the rest of their assets. So that was causing them to go up in a higher tier. They had to adjust the tiers because of that, right? Like they changed, but that was causing, I think, also more people to earn a higher percentage because they got bumped up to the next tier. But it was interesting to see the flywheel go from 35 to 45 as the price was running. So as the pressure was being released on the flywheel, it was actually spinning faster at the same time. So I don't know if that's just a one-time thing or if that will happen in the future. But
I think that'll happen in the future.
That'll keep happening. Yeah.
For sure.
Especially if you get a 2x or 3x on the price in a short amount of time, that'll instantly, because like you could have someone have 20% of their bag be in sell token, and they could have Bitcoin and Ethereum, and then sell token just triple in price, and it becomes 60% of the portfolio. That would instantly put them into platinum.
This just why I keep laughing. It's not because it's funny what you're saying. It's just this token economics are just hilarious.
It's just so much beyond any other project. Like the only thing, like
but you know why it's beyond any other project? Not because no other project's as clever in terms of like how they've thought it out. It's because it's real people doing real things that bump the price in these crazy ways, right? It's not some release of tokens or some bullshit. It's literally like it's incentivizing real people. Does that, like you said, FOMOing into the sell token as interest, and then like bumping these tiers through, and then that creates another cascade of. It's
well,
like,
you know, I almost FOMOed into to sell fully, right? Because I looked at when I first got on the app, my Bitcoin was worth more than my Celsius. I had a high, like, because you look at the two numbers. Like I only have two investments, so I look at my two numbers when I open up the app, and I'm looking at them. And I'm like, okay, the Bitcoin was more than Celsius because when I first got in, Celsius was at 20 cents. And I didn't put enough over to Celsius anyway, so my Bitcoin was higher, and now it's like so much past, like it's quite a bit past, right? And so it's like every time you log in, you're reminded when you see all your assets, when you see Celsius growing compared to all your other investments, you're everyone's visually seeing the comparison of their assets every time they log in, right? They're seeing which ones are growing, which ones aren't, and as Celsius grows, like you said, like I do think we'll see to a degree people want to earn and sell, right? They have to have sell to start with. Like if you don't have any Celsius, you can't earn and sell, right?
Uniswap.
Yeah. So and how much of it? How much do you guys think is people not being able to buy Celsius or not understanding how to buy it?
But that is a big part of it, because you do have to have, at least for as an American, you have to have quite a high level. Like it's almost like if you're in karate or some shit or in jiu-jitsu, it's like you have to have your brown belt in knowing how to in exchanges and stuff, because you actually have to know how to like buy Ethereum, get a MetaMask, and go onto Uniswap and stuff and everything. And some people, that's a little hard for them. Like they're just Coinbase people, really, or they're just Kraken people or whatever. But when that gets opened up more and more and more, like if you could just buy Celsius on the app, like, because I still can't. I mean, I could try to, but
Someone asked in the chat, can someone explain to me how the flywheel could potentially reverse?
So he's asking, like, basically, you have right with a flywheel is a positive feedback loop, and how do I make that into a negative feedback loop? Basically, everything in the world has to go wrong for it to go negative.
Like all of crypto would have to crash. We'd have to be seeing assets under management dropping every week. We'd have to see buybacks drop every week. We'd have to see percentage earning at Celsius dropping every week. Basically, every metric we follow, you'd have to see people like leaving the app, like user growth like going down, people leaving the app. Kevin's asset flows each day, like the people bring assets in versus taking them out, that have to be negative like every day as well. Then you start to see the flywheel slow down and
I think it being negative is okay, because what we're seeing is that release of the spring or the pressure, like over the last whatever it's been, and then kind of the DeFi wheels coming off a little bit and all cooling down, or whatever you want to call it. Like, I'm not saying DeFi is over, but I think that's
a healthy cool off though. That's the big
cool off. A food token coming out every day is probably not good, right? Like, so we've stopped that now. We're probably going to more or whatever. So we're starting to see a few negative numbers over the last few weeks for the first time, but it's easy to explain why. You know, it's traders taking profit. You see, you've got the transparency on the top 200. It's easy to track. There's people doing analysis on that and kind of working. Top
200 is down the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. So that makes sense to me. Like, that shows me that everyone in the top 200 is not a dumbass, and there's some people are taking profits. So
I do.
What's that? What did he say?
He's like, not everyone in the top 200 is a dumbass, and I was like, I do.
I'm a dumbass. I took no profit, but like, these are people are de-risked, right? So that I'm not de-risking at all. I'm still going, but I'm calling myself a dumbass, right, by doing that. Like I should be de-risking it, but I just don't want to. I just don't want to go back into cash. So I still think there's a lot of legs left in it. And then when I do start doing that, I'll tell people I'm doing it. I'm not afraid to. And you can track me on there anyway. Those who know who I am on there. So
so we got to spend.
You guys remember what? I think it was Wasabi. Or not Wasabi. Sorry. Somebody from the Celsius team said that the Celsius have posted in their office something about Celsius being comparable to Amazon when they only sold books. Like, so the stage that Celsius is at right now is equivalent to Amazon when they only sold books back in like 1999. Like they just are doing crypto. Like the vision of Celsius, as we've talked about, is a lot larger, right? So I understand taking profits. Like I didn't get in as early as these guys got in. If they got in at 5 cents and they were able to buy a crazy amount, and I understand, you see millions of dollars and you don't want to lose that, right? But I mean, there's some guys that are over 500,000 Celsius that aren't selling, right? Shout out to is that Alex?
Which Alex Mashinsky?
No, not Alex. No. Sorry, he's a dentist.
Spiro.
Yeah, I can never say his name properly, but yeah, he's over 100. He's holding like a large quantity, and he just keeps buying and keeps reinvesting his interest. So some people,
most of them are still buying. Most of them are still buying.
Can you guys give me 1 second? We just got someone to come in, actually.
Yeah, I've seen it. I can't wait for this. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. So
hello.
Hey guys.
Yeah, how's it going?
Look at that.
Thanks for letting me on. I'm Crypty.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
This is awesome. I love Celsius. I've actually been using Celsius Network for about a year, since August 2019.
Wow. Damn. That's a long time.
Yeah, because I was traveling, and my family was going to send me some cryptocurrency, but I didn't bring my hardware wallet because I don't think I wanted to bring that on the road. So I downloaded Celsius, the app, and then they just sent it to my Celsius address. So that's how it all started.
That's good. How many people have you got in? Like any friends or family, or is it just you?
Right now it's just me. I'm not sure if my YouTube videos have been adding people, but I've started making some Celsius content on YouTube.
That's it. I only just seen that this evening, so I'm going to check them out after this.
Is your YouTube channel Crypto Girl?
It's Crypty Girl with a Y.
Oh, with the Y. Okay.
Let's get it.
Yeah, my last video was 5 reasons to use Celsius Network instead of big banks. And I'm actually I filmed a video this weekend about Cell Token, and I'm just editing that today, and hopefully I get it on YouTube tomorrow, and that one's going to be pretty awesome too. So I'm excited for that.
Awesome. Yeah, this is cool. Nice to have some new guests on here. It's really fun. So
Yeah.
I don't know where we want to keep going with top 200, Miguel, or
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to.
Do you guys want to finalize the math, like at least the estimation for the end of next year? So what we talked about was basically, was it a 3x in the AUM by the end of next year, right? As far as like 200 and what was the user? So it's around 250,000 depositors, and then so that would be at least a 3x on the AUM. And then the other question for everyone here is where they see the overall market cap of crypto going by the end of next year, because that's another thing to factor in, right? Because that affects the assets under management in the app. Is because those, are they going to grow basically? Is Bitcoin going to be higher by the end of next year? Are all those assets, all 40 assets in the app on average, are they going to be, how many X are they going to be? It's just a guess. Like we don't really know, right? That's a harder thing to speculate on. We can estimate the user growth easier than we can the overall crypto.
Yeah.
Cap, but I don't know what you guys think.
We're going to be higher, definitely. I mean, crypto. I mean, by next year, I do believe like Bitcoin will hit about 27,000 minimum. Around that point, by next year, it's probably somewhere closer to mid to late next year. We'll hit the $27,000 mark for BTC, but by that point, most cryptos are probably 3x in that same amount of time. And then the good ones will really be up a lot, be up 5x, and things like synthetics and stuff will be up a lot.
So we'll hit like, do you guys think a trillion by the end of next year, or that'd be a 2.5x, or do you think like higher than that? 2 trillion?
2 trillion. We'll probably be at 1.5 trillion, probably. I'm guessing maybe close to 2 trillion. Yeah. It depends on where in the cycle we're at. If it's closer to the end of the year, then it's like, yeah, it's probably gonna be closer to 2 at that point.
What do you think, Kevin? What do you think crypto go? What do you guys think?
So, Crypty girl, right? Am I saying
Crypty?
Yes, Crypty. Yeah, Crypty. Because I have an apparel shop. In case you guys don't know, I have an apparel shop for crypto enthusiasts. And when I was starting it, I was thinking of the name, and I was like, Crypty. So I put the 2 words together and just slapped a Y on it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that'll work. Well, yeah.
Sorry, what was the question?
Just what you guys think, like the overall market cap of crypto will be by the end of next year. Like kind of your best the overall market cap. Like you can combine every crypto. Like right now we're at 400 billion, or 400 billion right now, right? Like where do you guys think will be at the end of next year?
For all crypto?
Overall growth of crypto, essentially like the total market cap of the entire space combined, right? Because that whatever that number is will give us an indication on how much the assets on average will grow in the app.
And what was it right now?
We're 400 billion.
400 billion. I think we'll have mass adoption in 2 years from now. I think it'll take a couple more years, especially with institutions getting in right now. Like that's going to be huge. And I'm sure they'll be part of pumping the price of Bitcoin and everything else. So
the highest we've ever been is 800,000, which was the peak of 2017.
I'm going to say 1.2 trillion.
Which is that's what dollar cost said too.
Oh, is that what you said?
By the end of next year?
Yeah, 3x in overall space by the end of next year will be at 1.2 trillion.
Let me start off with something. Wait, just I kind of know everyone's portfolio. So, what cryptos do you have, Crypty girl? Let's start off with that. I
have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Digibyte, some Litecoin. I stick with the big ones mostly because I just view it as more safe and less risky. And I also think it's better to just like go more in on a select few that you like and you think is safe, instead of having so many, like 30 different, like having your toes dipped in every single tiny little project that you like. Cause yeah, I'm sure they're all gonna, like some will do well and some won't, but yeah, I'm just like condensing my holdings right now. And I don't have that much either since I'm still like a young lady, but yeah, mostly Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Digibyte.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
What do all your female friends say when you say I'm into crypto? Like, are they just?
Oh, they love it because Gen Z is not afraid of cryptocurrency, which might shock a lot of people. But I ask people all the time, especially like anytime I go out, I just happen to be talking about crypto because people ask me what I do. Like when I meet them for the first time, what do you do? Oh, I have a crypto apparel business. And then they are like, oh, Bitcoin, that thing. But yeah, when I talk to Gen Z, I'm like, does Bitcoin intimidate you? And they say no. I'm like, is Bitcoin a normal concept to you? Is cryptocurrency a normal concept? And they're like, yeah, it's digital money. And when I ask the adults, it intimidates them and they don't really trust Bitcoin and it kind of freaks them out. But we have that conversation of like, I think it could be more risky to have all your savings in the US dollar where it's just inflating than it could to have just a portion of your money in Bitcoin. Like Venezuela, for example, they had 53 million% hyperinflation in 3 years. And so like those people, if they had all their money in their dollar, then it's suddenly worthless. And imagine your whole life savings just becoming nothing. So I view even having all your money in the dollar as somewhat risky.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. It's like, I mean, like Michael Saylor has like said it perfectly. It's like if you hold a lot of cash right now,
Bull.
yeah, like you're holding like a melting ice cube essentially. Like your money's just evaporating if you have to have your money working and stuff. And crypto is basically the best place to do it. Obviously, I'm a little more impartial towards Celsius, but I everyone here holds Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's basically like, it's such a no-brainer to have Bitcoin. I mean, it's obviously like everyone else, like a lot of people in the chat and stuff have Hex and stuff. I have Hex, and everyone has the different coins that we like and stuff. But we all pretty much agree, like, yeah, I have some Bitcoin, and I'm mostly. I mean, everyone in chat is essentially like, I would be surprised if they're not like 80% of their entire net worth is in fucking crypto for the most part. But yeah, I mean, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think people need to look at. Oh, go ahead, Wasabi. You go ahead.
Oh, you can. I'll jump in afterwards.
I'll be really
sorry.
really quick. One of the things you can tell your friends or anyone you chat with about crypto, as soon as they say like, isn't being in crypto risky, right? Just come back. And what I do now is I say to people, basically, if you're holding a fiat currency, like if you're holding any fiat currency, doesn't matter what it is, you're essentially if you have those fiats just in the bank, I look at it as you're investing in the company of that country. So if you take the country and you say, how is the country doing as a company, right? Because you have a share in that country. So if I'm holding Canadian dollars, I have a share of the Canadian company, right? Of the company of Canada, and half the employees in Canada right now, or not half, 20% or 30% aren't even working. So now you have a company where 20% of their 30% of the employees aren't working, but they're still getting paid, right? So that's a company that's losing money. So you're holding it. Yeah, that's what I look at. Like you're holding fiat, you're investing in a company that is losing money, and half the employees aren't working, or a percentage of the employees aren't working. So it's just, you look at it like that, and all of a sudden people think their fiat currency is not as safe as they realize.
Yeah, and I was just gonna mention, I think Dollar Cost actually mentioned this one of his podcasts, where you also try to position yourself based on the changing demographics. So it's pretty awesome to hear Gen Z basically interested in cryptocurrency. I mean, there's not that much of an age gap between, let's say, millennials and Gen Z, depending on like where in the band you were born. But there's a lot of similarities where the two experience like a lot of change, like technologically speaking. Like, you have the internet, like we have way better access to like information compared to like the baby boomers. Like definitely the the whole transformation like onto the internet really changed a lot of things. And I think even just you mentioning like, your interest in cryptocurrency kind of reflects to that point Dollar Cost made a little while ago in one of his podcasts, positioning yourself like with the generations, because millennials and Gen Z are really the two that I agree are going to be very interested in cryptocurrency, and for the reasons that you mentioned. So that was just awesome hearing that.
Guys, I really think that Gen Z is going to be the generation that first mass adopts cryptocurrency before the other generations, because I mean, most Gen Z are already gamers, and cryptocurrency is really a gaming token. It's just going to be integrated so seamlessly in Gen Z's applications. Like, we're going to be using it before we know it. And then again, it doesn't intimidate us. We think it's cool. We're like, oh, awesome. We know that the value of Bitcoin tends to appreciate. I mean, it's gone up, what was it? 11. No, I don't have the number on that right now. But Gen Z is also like kind of timid of debt and stuff, because we see our older brothers, we see our older siblings, the millennials, who have like $60,000 of college debt that from every college year, they're paying off their college debt until they're 60. And we're like, oh, that's no fun. Like, we don't want to do that. And right now, Gen Z is about between ages 8 years old and I think 24 or 25 years old. So like a lot of Gen Z are just entering college, or they're still in high school. And we see all the debt and like the $27 trillion of US debt right now. And we're like, that's horrible. Like it's horrible for us, but at the same time, we've kind of just accepted it. But we see cryptocurrency as a way out. I think a lot of Gen Z I've talked to, they're like, yeah, Bitcoin is like our way out. It's our freedom money. We're gaining financial control again. We can have that back and get rid of all the debt that was put on our heads right when we were born, like just being born into trillions of debt.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. I'm glad you're pushing Gen Z to get into crypto because
I'm so excited about that. We're gonna bring Gen Z in. I am, at least, because
I just hope Gen Z get hold of enough crypto. Like it's all the middle, millennials or whatever. They've got the middle age professionals and stuff have got the collateral. I hope Gen Z, know what to do, the parents or whatever gets them. I hope they grab a ton of this because I hope that a lot of them don't miss it out. Just like we missed out on like the real estate booms and the internet boom. And I just hope they're aware of stuff through your work. Like that's great. It's really
and
great.
they're
It's
on social media, so we'll get them that way. But Celsius Network, guys, like Celsius Network is going to be such an easy way for no coiners to get into cryptocurrency because it's one of those first steps between not having any crypto and going full on crypto, because Celsius, the app, has such an easy user interface and it's a lot less intimidating than creating an account on an exchange and just seeing all those like symbols at first, like the green candles and the red candles, like that. That's kind of intimidating to no coiners, but Celsius Network is going to be really easy for people to download, buy crypto, earn interest, and swap their crypto. Like, I think that'll be really big for people.
And the fees as well, because that's one thing that when I got out of high school,
no fees. That's amazing.
Yeah, because when I got out of high school, do you know how much money you would need to open like a Charles Schwab or a Fidelity account? You needed $10,000 minimum to open an account, and I'm serious.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
And it started slowly going down until you had things like Betterment and Acorns come out and everything, which were like those were the first two apps that really popularized all this. And then eventually you got Robinhood that came out, and now there's no barrier to entry to get into the equities market. But now Celsius they don't charge any fees, and eventually when Celsius gets to a very large, the fees on purchasing your crypto is like it's going to be pennies. For the most part, when you're making like a $20 purchase, eventually those fees will go, because once Celsius gets enough mass, they don't charge any fees. It's just the card carrier, the card fees are like, I think, a couple percentage points. So eventually when they get bigger and bigger and bigger, the fee will go down because those the people who are making fees on the cards are making all their money based off of volume instead of just like that transaction. And that'd be really good for like you guys and stuff, because especially when I'm making my predictions and stuff, I always think of a person like an 18-year-old. Like what? Like I remember like $100. Like what can I buy with $100? What can I buy with $100? I mean, this is like literally how I think and stuff. Like and you go on Coinbase and everything, right? And you buy $100 of Litecoin or Bitcoin or something, and they're hitting you literally with like $4 of fees and stuff, and that kind of sucks. And it really eats. So that means literally your Bitcoin and your Litecoin has to go 4%, 5% in order just to break even. And then when you sell it, you've got another fee on top of that. So you literally have to be up 10% on your fucking coin for you to even be able to cash out to get almost your even money out. And that's not cool. And with Celsius, you don't have that problem and stuff. So once Celsius grows to a certain point, you'll be able to off-ramp. Hopefully that'd be really nice if you can off-ramp directly to your bank account on Celsius. And then you don't got to touch any of that bullshit that is some of those exchanges,
Yeah, I love that Celsius has no fees and also no minimum deposit. Like, that's pretty cool too. You reminded me of when you're talking about the Fidelity.
Yeah.
You reminded me of one thing about Gen Z's relationship with the stock market. I'm so glad that we have cryptocurrency as an alternative to invest in, because during high school, a lot of us, our teachers were pushing the idea that you have to start investing when you're 18, or at least by the time you're 20, or else you won't be able to retire. You'll have no money. And they didn't talk about the stock market very much, but I just know that was super intimidating to a lot of us. And it's funny, when I started learning about cryptocurrency right at the end of high school, really after I graduated, but yeah, right towards then. But cryptocurrency instantly made sense to me, whereas the stock market, I still wasn't completely clear on. It was still a little foggy for me. Like I don't even follow the stock market, but Gen Z understands cryptocurrency more than they understand the stock market. That's the point. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, you guys do have to get control of, like, there's a segment of your Gen Z guys that are like pushing Forex like crazy, which is such a terrible idea. Like, really,
I'm not part of that group.
Right, but yeah, like hopefully you guys don't fall towards that. But man, there's some like bad guys in your generation that are really pushing you guys to do some really dumb shit. Like the like, hey, let me show you how I make $8,000 a day Forex trading and stuff, and let me show you the Rolex. Let me show you all this fucking bullshit, you know. And it's like everyone in Forex loses for the most part, and it's. Like you see it, it's like, oh, look, this is my house in Dubai right here. I just wake up in the morning, I let the sun wake me up, and
I have so many people pushing trading on me, but I don't see. I have friends that have traded before, and it looked like such a hassle because they're loss of sleep and loss of money, and you have to make really every trade good to be profitable. So I make more money in the long term by holding on to Bitcoin or holding on to the well-performing cryptocurrencies. So I don't see trading as worth my time and worth my money. But like you said, there are some bad ideas being pushed on Gen Z, but at least that's why I'm trying to help lead Gen Z in the right direction.
Yeah, because I you got me. Go ahead. Sorry,
I was just gonna say, like with the trading, especially for somebody that's going from, let's say, crypto to fiat, the more and more you're doing that, like you're basically increasing the probability that you miss the really big move where all the gains really are made. Because it's sometimes you get these really big movements over like a 2 to 3 month window, and then the markets like consolidate and chop around, and then that's where you just have like a lot of sloshing around with traders on exchanges. But as they're trying to basically trade on those 4-hour charts, they're always moving in and out of position, and you're basically setting yourself up for a higher chance that you're not in position when you get those really big moves, or you end up like I think this was hilarious. Crypto Flippin was mentioning, I'm not going to mention like names or anything like that, but he mentioned basically somebody that sold a breakout like right at the breakout, and then that was it. So that's just kind of the nature with like when you're trading. So you're less likely, the less decisions you make, the more likely you end up, like statistically you're in a better position, just statistically speaking.
I'll tell you that story if you want. It's a crazy story, right? This sickened me, this story. It was like one of my exes, she reached out to me about, I don't know what it was, 6 months ago, and she was like, oh, I've got this Airbnb in Brighton. She's like, you can come and stay with me. And come and stay in my Airbnb. I'm not there. Went down. I was like, right. We had a good relationship. This was like 5-6 years ago, whatever, finished. I was like, I'm going to sort this girl out now. Sell was at like 30 cents. I know she liked to invest in, and I was just like, just buy this. Like, and I knew she's got a bit of money. And I said, just buy this. Buy like $5,000-$10,000 worth of this. Just buy it, put it in this app, and then just open it in a year's time. So I think she bought like $7,000-$8,000 worth of Celsius, 30 cents. Then we had the breakout and stuff. Didn't hear off her. And I thought she's going to start coming back to me soon. Just opened the wallet, and it's like 4x. When it got to like whatever it was, 140, I messaged her. I just said, check the balance. And she didn't reply. And I was like, check the balance. And she was like, I sold it at 50 cents because someone freaked me out. No. I was like, no. Like, all you had to do was hold the damn coin. That's all you had to do. And she sold it. And then she was like, I'm going to get back in. I was just like, no. It just upset me so much that she just gave that all away. And she was like, yeah, I'm going to try to buy back the bag back. And I was just like, this is a girl who invests. You know, she's got quite a few properties and different things. And I was just so annoyed. Someone talked her out of it when I left her. Some idiot said sell it at 55 cents. She sold it. So she basically sold the breakout. Breakout, and then it went to 150. And
Yeah.
Where do you guys buy your sell from?
The black market.
I use mostly Uniswap.
Yeah, I use mostly liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah. If you're in the United States, it's easier to use. Well, it depends on how much you're buying and stuff. But normally, if you're just buying like $100 to $1,000, it's better to use Uniswap.
Okay.
But if you're like, if you're in like the Eurozone or something like that, then you can go liquid's pretty easy.
Nice. I'm so excited for the day when the United States and pretty much all countries can buy, sell in the app. But right now I can't, so.
Yeah. The United States, I don't think can buy it off the app. I think you can buy Bitcoin, I think, and Litecoin and stuff, but I don't think you can buy sell yet.
Right. Yeah, you can buy other cryptos, but you can't buy, sell in the app, and you can't yet earn interest in sell, but that'll come soon. And I imagine the price of sell will take off when that does happen, because even Alex Mashinsky was saying on his last AMA that he thinks right now there's 45% of total Celsius network users that earn their interest in sell, and he thinks when the United States can then earn interest in sell, that 45% will go to 70%. A total network users earning and sell. So I think that'll pump the price of sell for sure.
Heck yeah. Wait, do you have sell token or no?
I don't. I haven't gotten
you're literally over here talking the FOMO case for sell pumping. You're not buying up the pump.
It is so desirable. Trust me, I definitely want to get some sell. I just haven't gone to Uniswap or anywhere else to get it, but I still love Celsius, and I love Cell Token too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and even because like that's actually like even a good point. Bringing up Uniswap, because that's also not really it's not reasonable to like really expect like new users to onboard through Uniswap. Like for one, that's also like a possible security issue, because if you're using things like Uniswap, you're probably at a point where you're familiar with like crypto wallets, but all of that, like that's also like a security risk, because you have to make sure like you're downloading the correct wallet so that you're not putting like your private keys into like somebody else's like software that they have control over. So there's all sorts of like, when you start to enter like the realm of using like decentralized exchanges, like you really do have to be just careful, I guess, as far as like the software you're using. And it's that's, I don't know, to me it's cool that, you know, there's people now that are using it, but the people that are going to be onboarding into the space like in 2021 2022, they're going to have no idea like how to use things like Uniswap, and they're at a higher risk of losing their money, either due to theft because they downloaded like a wallet that wasn't like the official one, or just some other just from mistakes on using some of this stuff. So yeah, definitely the way to go is really, I like once it is available through the app where you can just directly purchase on Celsius, that is going to be the most safe for most users that are coming into the space, like no doubt. So that's pretty cool to hear. I know there's one of the community members in the Celsius community. I think he was recently trying out CellSwap, so I'll have to ping him to see how it went so far, because I haven't tried using it myself.
So,
yeah, that looks super interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it works yet. There's no liquidity, but it's gonna. They're playing with it now, so that'll happen.
It's nice. When you get, so this is kind of like for market research for myself. So when you get someone from your generation, right, or like a generation Y, how do you basically have them buy crypto off a mobile app, essentially, correct? That's pretty much how they buy. They're not actually getting on a computer. They're mostly just buying on a cell phone, correct? Or
are you talking to me or?
Yeah, I was talking to you. Yeah, Crypty Girl. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because Gen Y is millennial.
Oh wait, no, wait, really?
Well,
yeah.
Millennial is their nickname.
Got you. Well, yeah, integration.
I usually recommend Coinbase just because it's the easiest for no coiners, their first exchange.
Got it.
Yeah.
I don't really push mobile unless like it's Celsius Network, because I don't personally like having funds on my phone where, I don't know, I just don't like having my banking accounts connected to my phone.
Got it. Okay. Just because I was gonna like one thing I do tell to my younger brother and a bunch of other people that are just on their phone all the time. I tell them to use something like a Coinbase wallet and not connect it to Coinbase. Just leave it unconnected, and something like called a Trust Wallet, because you can literally be on Uniswap on your phone, both on iOS and Android, and you literally have control of your keys and everything on the phone, and you could just buy your stuff and then send it off to your trusted wallets and stuff. That's a cool way, because like, especially if you're at work or something, you're like, oh fuck, the price is moving, or like, wow, this is such a good price, I've been waiting for this. You can just do it right on your phone, then obviously have the address for your cold storage, send it over there, and then you're good. You know, because a lot of people don't know that. I mean, everyone's just using the computer to buy their stuff for the most part, outside of maybe just some Coinbase stuff, but you can actually use Uniswap on your cell phone.
Yeah, that's awesome. Huh. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Well, thanks guys so much for having me on. And I'm just here to learn and like talk to you guys and hear your perspectives about Cell and everything. But I'm definitely going to buy some Cell because it's an awesome token. It really is. I love it.
Yeah.
I think this was the best thing. Like, nice that this is the first female we've had. Like, and this, I've been calling for this for ages. So you're very brave. I'm telling you now, there's a lot of guys in that would not come on at all. So well done. Like, really brave.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on, guys.
Yeah,
well done.
Yeah,
thanks for coming on.
All right, I'll hop off now. But you guys have a great evening.
Yeah, you as well.
No problem. Have a good one. So about the Cell token price.
Let's get this done, because we were halfway through, and that was I really enjoyed
that. He can tell us what he thinks on all the price stuff too.
I've forgotten where we were.
Yeah,
where were we?
I want to ask him as well, because I asked you guys. Like, I was just trying to because the Channel of Dreams is between
the Channel of Dreams.
The Channel of Dreams.
I coined that.
I love the name. That's why I keep saying it, because I feel like I'm in that channel. I'm trying to get to those dreams. I'm trying to get to those dreams, so it's got to hold. But but Kevin and Wasabi, you guys are both technical analysis stuff. So when Kevin, he said it's between, by the end of next year, between 33 and 120 was the price, I think, right?
Let me double check.
So I'm trying to somewhat validate the Channel of Dreams with math, with fundamental analysis. I'm trying to get the technical analysis to line up with the fundamentals, so people can start actually thinking that, actually comprehending how the numbers can get there by the end of next year and by the end of 2022, right? So Wasabi, what do you think the total users will be at the end of next year? So like depositors, right?
Let me take a look on the app right now.
We're at 70,000 users right now, or depositors right now.
Okay. And then what are the total the total user count, including everybody? Because I think it was
210.
210. Okay.
And the conversion rate is gone. The conversion rate is going right now. The conversion rate's about 45% each day, because you have about 1,000, or it's about 40%. You have about 1,000 new people signing up, but 40 or 400 becoming depositors. So you got about a 40% conversion rate, but that used to only be like 30, 35. So it's going up, right? So we said if you keep the users at the exact same as it is now, we would hit about 250,000 by the end of next year, just based on the 400 a day. But over the last 4 or 5 months, when Kevin was tracking the user growth, and it used to be only 100 or 200 a day. So we're seeing those numbers grow. But what's your opinion on, by the end of next year, where you think we'll be at?
Yeah, so by the end of the next year, I would think like wherever the number finishes at. So let's say it finishes around 250, like for the year ends. I think the numbers could do like a 3 to 4x by the end of like 2021, which would put the user count somewhere close to like 1 million. Because I mean
which is what Alex said too, 1 million by the end of next year.
Because like I do remember when Litecoin had his first podcast, the user count was below 100,000. I think it was actually below 90,000 when we first started taking a look at it. So even since that snapshot, it's done a 2.4x.
I got in 5.5 months ago, and I got in just before it hit 100,000.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so the numbers, it's been done about basically about a 2.4x since Litecoin's had the podcast.
6 months, yeah.
So at least hitting like 250,000 by the end of this year, I think even at this point is like, I think there's a very high chance it hits that. And then 2021, there's going to be the growth of the space at a certain point, like it's going to start to increase. Like right now, you have the kind of the early retail, and then some of the speculators, some like Wall Street guys with Grayscale, like they're entering the space. So those numbers are going to start to amplify, because once you start having, once you start to have a really big expansion in the market, you start to get tons of media coverage. There's just more sources where people are hearing about cryptocurrency. And like, as a result of that, like Celsius is positioned in a great spot for that. As there's just more media coverage in general for cryptocurrency. So I do think 1 million is absolutely possible by the end of 2021.
And that's a big target, because if we hit 1 million, as soon as we hit 1 million, I think the growth is gonna amplify, like all the stuff you're saying on the overall space amplifying. But the headlines when Celsius hits 1 million users, like when you're not gonna feel as joining, like putting your crypto on an app that has 1 million users, like it just sounds a lot better than right now. It makes a big difference.
Alex and the team will be like,
yeah.
God
and
damn.
It's a big milestone. 1 million is a big milestone.
It is, and like,
I'm out of here at 1 million users. Something else.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I've been here.
10 million.
10 million. I'm
10
going.
million.
Yeah. And the direct, so even if you take a look at the rebranding on the website, it's really set up perfectly for, in my opinion, I think it's actually branded really well for millennials and Gen Z. Just even if you look at the appearance of the website, it's very modernized, it's clean. It hits like a lot of like check marks for basically younger generations to start using this kind of stuff. So I think the marketing looks really good. And it's and even today, recently, I think I haven't watched it yet, but it did look like there was a video that was posted between Alex Mashinsky and BitBoy. So you're starting to have more coverage among some of the more known like influencers in the space. There was one recently from Crypto Crow. So, and that's just now, like things haven't really, this is basically during like the grind up phase. Like there hasn't really been a huge expansion yet, like in the entire crypto markets. Like it's been in a very long accumulation for over like 2 years now. But at a certain point, like when markets expand, it's fast. Like it hits you. Like I'm going to say it now, there's going to be like a 2 or 3 month window where there's just going to be a massive amount of explosion, like in things like user count, just prices, like everything. Like it happens. And when this stuff kind of happens, like it's something that's really hard to like expect in a sense. Like it's just one of those things that it's just kind of the nature of markets. And the positioning is really good right now. I think whatever trajectory, like million, I don't doubt 1 million at all. I think that's a pretty definitely reasonable estimate.
Yeah.
So and then how many like the overall crypto space? I think I've asked this in the past, but like by the end of next year, where do you see the overall crypto space market cap wise?
So that's a good question, because the market cap for cryptocurrencies, because I've also noticed, even from the last bubble, like not to like basically like try to downplay like other projects or something, but over time you also get this, it's a weed out process. Like over time, junk money tends to die out, and then money consolidates into better forms of money. And you see that, for example, with like some of the top cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then like even if you track relative performance of Celsius versus DeFi, like DeFi right now is getting annihilated. There's a lot of crap in DeFi that's just going to have its bubble and then that's it. It's going to die, just to be completely honest. But for something like Celsius, like the charts, like to me, like that's a huge input that there's more money consolidating into something like this. So in terms of the crypto cap, that's gonna be harder for me to really gauge just because there's so much junk in the market today. But for something like, let's say, Bitcoin, I think we'll at least get up to like the all-time high sometime around Q3 or Q4 of 2021. And I think that puts it at does anybody know what the market cap is right now of Bitcoin?
It's
I'm just gonna do like a
it is 257 billion.
257 billion. Okay. So yeah, I think we'll at least get like a 1.5.
Chill, bro. Tom, chill. Seriously.
So I think we'll be over $1 trillion basically by the end of 2021 for total crypto market cap, somewhere between 1 to 2 trillion. Closer, I'm gonna say closer to 1 trillion. But by then Bitcoin could be like a 500 billion market cap. Ethereum could be a like close to like, let's say 100 billion. So yeah, I would say basically I'm going to say somewhere between 1 to 1.5 trillion by the end of 2021.
Your bags are going to be about a 3 million market cap by that point.
I won't complain about that. That'll be nice.
No,
Yeah.
me and Dollar Cost said 1.2, and I didn't just say that.
1.2, okay.
I was making a cup of coffee when he said it, so I didn't hear
Yeah.
it, and I said 1.2.
Yeah. Any guesses as to what the market cap will be of Sol?
So I'm posting right now just the math that we're all agreeing with, because we all said, like, if you look at the private chat, I posted so 280,000 users, which would be a 4x in depositors from where we're at. We're at 70, which would be a minimum 3x in an AUM, because you got to assume you maybe have a decrease in the average deposit rate, right? So that'd be 3x, and then you have 800,000. I did conservative 800 billion to 1.6 trillion, so that's a 2 to 4x on the overall space. So that's assuming Celsius matches everyone else in the space, right? So then you get a 6 to 12x on the buybacks, which would be 4 to 8 million a week in buybacks, which gives you us a $9 to $18 sell by the end of next year. But then I also did like a higher deposit rate of 500,000 users or 500,000 depositors, which would give you minimum 5x in AUM, 800 billion to 2 trillion. What did you say again? You said about 1 trillion, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say closer to 1 trillion, but somewhere between 1 to 1, so like 1.1, 1.2. If I had to put a hard number.
So say you get users of 500, but then you still have the market cap of the whole space. Like, I mean, by the end of next year, we should be 800 billion, right? Because that's where we were in the peak of 2017. So say you have 800 billion to 2 trillion, that gives you 2.5x on the AUM from the overall space going up. Mm-hmm. So that gives you a 6 to 6. This is the number that is most interesting to me, is the buybacks each week. So that would give us by the end of next year 6 to 16 million buybacks a week in Cell token. And that's if the flywheel stays at 40%, right? That doesn't factor in the US at all. Mm-hmm. So now I'm posting this, which is the end of. So that gives us a $15 to $37 sell by the end of next year. So the whole ratio between 280,000 users and 500,000 users by the end of next year would give us a $9 to a $38 sell. If the overall market cap of crypto is between 800 billion and 2 trillion, and the flywheel stays the same. And this is the other one I just posted, end of 2022. Damn. So this is with a 1 to 2 million users by the end of 2022, which is a 14 to 28x on the depositors, which gives you a minimum of 10 to 20x on the AUM. And then if the overall market cap of crypto by the end of 2022 at the peak hits 2 to 5 trillion, that's a 5 to 12.5x AUM from where we're at right now, which would give us weekly buybacks of 30 to 157 million in Cell token. So it would, like, that gives you 75 sell, and then I didn't do the last price here, but it would be basically, it'd be about, you're looking at a 75 to $300 sell. So that's how we get to $75 to $300 sell by the end of 2022. So that lines up with the channel of dreams. That lines up with all Litecoin's predictions and your predictions. Like it pretty much, I'm getting there with math, like with specific math, and you guys are all getting there in different ways, but we're all kind of coming up with these same numbers, which is like $10 to $100 by the end of next year, and $50 to $300 by the end of 2022. It still sounds, and when I say the numbers, it still sounds like impossible. But when you focus on the buybacks each week, like the buybacks each week, I think 8 weeks ago was only $250 to $300,000 in buybacks. Now we're at 630, right? So in the last 8 weeks, we've over doubled the buybacks.
Mm-hmm.
So if that at all kind of remains intact, you can see how, that buyback pressure, it's really a huge factor. Like the buyback pressure is the whole force of the flywheel. To me, that's where you get when those whales sell. Say whales start selling at psychological levels, right? Like $10. Right. What you could have at $10 is you could have 10 million sell or 20 million sell hit the market and suppress the flywheel. But the profit earning ratio just goes through the roof, and as soon as they're done selling, we get another massive spring up. Yeah. Right, you get like all that, like those leg ups we see on the channel of dreams and everything, like we see. But anyways, that's my take on it. What you guys think about those numbers? If that's
plus the OTC factor, right? Of holding the price up, right? So it's holding it up from these flash crashes, which we nearly saw. Well, I wouldn't call that a flash crash. I'd call that a panic sell-off, the last one, where we saw 2 or 3 or 4 people panic in a row. And then we saw that dip. And then we saw what happened when that dip takes place, or who steps in, or who's buying, or whatever. So plus that, right? Holding it up. So look, what do you think about that, Wasabi, or anyone? Like those numbers, like the maths in the chat there, you can see it. So
no, I put it in the private though. I don't know if anyone
so I guess like even before I will say whatever I say is not like, it's not financial advice. So if you do, like, whatever decisions you make are ultimately on you. But I do think that the numbers are pretty reasonable for Plan C. I mean, the thing is, like, most cryptocurrency always goes higher than most people are expecting. Like, this happens every single bubble. Numbers go to like it's even for me, like, that's really hard to like imagine. But just historically speaking, that's just what happens with cryptocurrency, especially the stronger projects. And even if you look at the run up to like $1.50, I think it sits somewhere close to there. If you look at crypto flipping charts, and there was, like, you could see, like, on the spreadsheets, there was some profit taking. But the thing is, like, the buybacks are absorbing some of that selling pressure. So the percentages, like, sell drops from, like, its local tops aren't as extreme as you see with some of, like, the DeFi coins. Like, the DeFi coins, like, some of them have crashed like 70% since, like, wherever their local top was. And they're probably going to form, like, a higher low, consolidate for a while, and then make, like, another big move up. But it's not as extreme. Like, the selling pressure hasn't been, it's been just getting absorbed by the buyback. So there's basically that mechanism that it's always there, like, transferring. It's like basically the statement, you have the weekends, and then which I will say you have to take profits in a bull market, but like in practice, like the traders and stuff get shaken out because you have this buyback mechanism, and then it redistributes, like, their wealth onto those, like, that are on the app, like using holding in sell tokens. So it's really good. Like, just to be very blunt, like, it's a great it's a really good pumping model. Like, it's awesome. And that's why, like, that's why a lot of us are in, cryptocurrency too, is there's a huge opportunity there to position yourself financially. So I would say that your numbers are definitely in the realm of possibility. Not financial advice, but I think it's reasonable.
Another thing that is smart for people to do is, if they have a large amount of sell, and they at one point decided to sell it all, because Alex gave me this idea when I was in, I believe it was the first or the second Celsius Hangout, was he said just sell them OTC instead of selling it on the open market, because you're going to affect the price a lot less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because right now I think that's you have liquid and then Uniswap, but if you sell a lot of the supply like on Uniswap, there's you'll have like some slippage there where if you want to get like the best value, you have to sell it off into like smaller chunks. So yeah, later on, like when somebody's selling like even like 100,000 sell later on could actually move the order books a lot, depending on like what the price of sell token is at the time. So yeah, over the counter is great. Like then you just get locked in at a fixed price, and then you could either convert it to like, you know, USD or Ethereum or whatever you're looking to get like more of.
Yeah.
Smarter thing to do is, because most people are predicting, at least the last time I talked to Kevin, he said normally most coins in the bear market, they could drop 80 to 90%, but he predicts the price of sell could drop a lot less. So people just choose to switch to a stable coin, and then if the option is available, earn sell on the stable coin.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I agree. I think that's a great, like, even positioning like later on when there is a bear market, stable coins are going to be great, because like you're just waiting to get like a re-entry back into the market, so you're slowly building up your basically building up like your stack there that you want to reinvest in, and then plus like a certain percent of that's going to get by default like into sell tokens, so you have like absorption there. Because the thing is, like, if you look at Bitcoin, for example, Bitcoin has like no, other than what you have now with like the interest rates just for solely for Bitcoin, there is like not really any like mechanism for that. Like you have miners mine, they sell whatever the block subsidy is, so you have constant selling pressure from miners. So all you have really left is like retail speculators buying it because they think the price is going to be higher, and just whoever's buying it is like a hedge against like inflation. But then once you have these sell-offs, like it's basically just traders like knife catching and getting shaken out of the market, like churns like through those big bounces like in bear markets. But for sell token, you'll always have like a certain minimum of like buybacks each week, easing like the blow. So yeah, I think that could definitely happen where it doesn't have as big of a percentage drop. I mean, we're even seeing that now. Like I think there's a lot of DeFi coins where the chart is just like it's like a 40 to 60% drop, but sell hasn't really fallen that much since its local top recently. It's actually really close to wherever it's actually almost right at it's wherever its local top was. It's just consolidating in that range right now.
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading the chat right now about 14K BTC.
Was that Bitcoin, was it?
Yeah, Bitcoin hit 14K and it went down.
Yeah, it hit 14K and it's having a run at that area.
Which is good for Celsius.
The AUM's just gone up. Redo the math.
It's all about you can tell like what you're earning in, right? Like I have a lot of Bitcoin on the app, but I'm earning in Celsius. So in the end of the day, like what do you denominate your value in, right? Like people talk about that, like where do you put your money, right? When you cash out, supposedly cash out, like where are we actually putting our money? Like dollars, yes, I guess a lot of people are going to go dollars, a lot of people are going to go real estate, a lot of people are going to go Bitcoin, gold, like those stable long-term assets. I remember listening to a podcast, and this guy said over the last 10 years, what has been the number one performing? What is the only thing that's kept pace with the Federal Reserve's balance sheet? So the Federal Reserve balance sheet has outperformed every single category of investments, right? Like gold, obviously the stock market, everything. Bitcoin and the Federal Reserve's balance sheet are the best performing places I don't even understand the Federal Reserve balance sheet. I don't even know what that means, but I guess that's you can look at it and you can say how much it's growing compared to other things. But Celsius, you know, is it going to be the Federal Reserve or one of the main banks in crypto, right? Because yeah, as far as places to put your money. Anyways, but Celsius, Bitcoin, like where do you guys ultimately want to store your wealth, right? Like that's the question, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like usually in because you have like the market cycles where it swings back and forth between Bitcoin and altcoins. I know recently the Bitcoin dominance has actually been climbing up relative to like the rest of the market, not necessarily Cell token. So you basically get these like bounce backs back and forth between like Bitcoin and the rest of the market. So I don't know. I just kind of my general rule of thumb is like during bull markets, like most people are probably going to consolidate between like the top coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, like Litecoin, or some other coin, like, and then basically allocate like maybe a smaller percentage of their portfolio into some of the coins that can have really explosive breakouts. Like as we've seen with like Cell, and honestly, like I'm personally more comfortable putting not financial advice, but I'm personally more comfortable taking like a higher position in Cell compared to like most other coins in the space, just due to to me the charts, like the data with the weekly inflows. It's really good data. There's just a lot of good information there. So, but generally speaking, I'll still have like a majority of mine. Like I'm personally using Ethereum as like a reference point to see how well I'm outperforming, let's say, the market defined as like Bitcoin or Ethereum. So that's my personal strategy. Like every person's going to be a little bit different, but typically it's usually Bitcoin. And then some people like not as much, like most people do in fact just measure relative to Bitcoin, but then you'll have some people measure versus like Ethereum as well. But in bear markets, Bitcoin is probably going to drop less than most other assets. So typically like altcoins are they're just much worse in bear markets. And I would say generally everything sucks unless you're parked in like fiat currency, like USD. So I don't really intend on having maybe more than like 25% of my overall holdings in like Bitcoin or something once the bear market starts.
The other thing I think people should keep in mind is that they're going to look back at 2017, early 2018, and they're going to see like the type of percentage gains a lot of coins made. And that's when a lot of greed starts kicking in. And I think a lot of people should be careful because they're going to end up getting caught up into certain projects where maybe in a day it could go down like 80% and they lose most of their money. So I think it's also important to know at least what point. For example, my personal strategy is I know, for example, at certain price points for my tokens, I want to start scaling out and then leave a certain amount in. So let's say, for example, I have 100% of my bag right now, and then at certain price points, let's say I take 10% of the total value off the table, then it goes a little bit higher, take another 10% off until eventually I leave maybe let's say 25 to 30% of it, of all of it on the table, and then just leave that and until I see like a direct shift in the market where I know, okay, we've already hit the top and now we're only going down from here.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's not a bad way to play. Yeah, that's laddering out, man.
Yeah, it's like a really good strategy. It's like you dollar cost average in and you're dollar cost averaging out of the market, which is really smart. So yeah, because of that, you'll also financially you'll do better than most people, because there's going to be plenty of people that just hold on to like their bags and like never sell, and then they miss the entire cycle, and then you have to wait longer because like, you know, once as the market caps of like cryptocurrency goes up, it takes more and more like economic energy to push the prices up. So it's a huge like opportunity cost, like missing those huge expansions, and then now you have to wait longer, like 8 to 10 years for the next cycle. So yeah, your strategy is definitely, I think that's actually probably the best way to, that's personally what I'll be doing too, is laddering out of the market.
Well, because unless you get just really lucky, you're not going to be able to catch the top.
Yeah, you're right.
One thing on just like at the top peak of the market, like one thing I just thought of actually when you guys were talking is I really think, okay, so if half of Celsius's AUM is essentially Ethereum and Bitcoin, right? Like it could be a huge percentage, at least 40%. I mean, it's hard to know, but say like 40% is Ethereum or Bitcoin, Ethereum and Bitcoin. So whatever Ethereum and Bitcoin drop at the peak, Celsius is going to drop. So say Bitcoin, okay, say Ethereum and Bitcoin drop 60%, right? So
Okay.
if half of Celsius's AUM is in Bitcoin and Ethereum, Celsius would drop 30%. But then you have to factor in also that Celsius has a lot of stable coins, also people that are going to flip over to stable coins. And then you also have to factor in like, yeah, they're going to have other coins on there that are going to drop, 80%. So they're going to have a blend of coins that are going to be dropping anywhere from like 40 to 80%. But then you have the stable coins, you factor that in. And then you also have the fact that during the bear market, the users are growing. So the users are always growing. So you could have like at the peak market, you could have everyday users are still coming to the app, right? And so I just don't think Celsius is going to drop as much as like almost anyone in the market, because they're gonna take a hit on their AUM because of Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to drop, and the big market cap cryptos. But then obviously there's no drop in stable coins. And then there's the fact that users are always signing up. So I could see, I mean, I have no idea, but I could see like just theoretically out of my ass, I could see like Bitcoin dropping 50 to whatever, 60% or 40 to 60%, and Celsius drops 30%. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see, right?
Yeah. Even though how can I say this? Thou dost not believe people's FOMO.
FOMO in and FOMO out.
Yeah.
I don't always factor in the emotional side of it, right? That's the problem. That's why I need you, Cost, to explain that side of it. Because like I don't get FOMO in or out of the market because I'm just looking at numbers. But I understand that that's the exception.
So imagine.
Yeah, because.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'll hop in afterwards.
Like, let me just hit you on the emotional side right here. So imagine I'm your friend and I'm over here telling you guys, get into Bitcoin, get into Celsius, get into Hex. Come on, you guys, get into it. Nah, Miguel, you're stupid. No. I'm not gonna listen. A year goes by. Dude, I just made my first $1 million. Damn, dude, that's pretty cool. But nah, I'm not gonna get into that next year. Dude, I'm worth 10 million. And then like, oh my God, this crypto thing's legit. Because I get that first $1 million you make, you might stay quiet about it. This by the deca million, you're gonna be like, there's no way to hide it. And then your friends are like, what's going on? How do I get in this Bitcoin thing? Oh my God, the price at that time, the Bitcoin's at $56,000. Celsius is like $40, $60, $80 at that point. And they're like, they start getting into shit coins. They start getting into really bad tokens, or they borrow what they do. And then the thing is like they're trying to keep up with you. We're like, fuck, how can I do this? They'll mortgage their house. They'll sell their car. They'll use your credit card.
People were doing that in 2017. There's people doing all that kind of stuff, right?
All the time. And they'll leverage
doing that in this last Celsius run. I saw people doing it.
Which is crazy because it's like we told people. I mean, nothing's wrong with taking one loan, and if you want to buy some more Celsius, that's fine. But then taking a loan on that loan, and then take another loan,
What do you guys think the cycle to divorce rate is?
The cycle to divorce
rate. Because I mean, the thing is, like when you're at the peak and people are mortgaging their houses and doing all these things, like I mean, it's sad to think about, honestly, because I know that stuff does happen, right? Like you're talking about the FOMO and the human emotional side of it, when you don't want to be left out and you see other people that have made a lot of money, right? Like people do crazy things they wouldn't normally do, like sell their entire 401k or whatever, right? Like retirement savings, like houses, like people are going to be and then if the market crashes or whatever, right? That's when people lose partners, honestly. Like it happens. It happened in the last cycle. And I mean, that's why you got to get your partner on board early. And you
yeah, you definitely, to tell you the truth, like honestly, like I would expect in turmoil, because this market's going to go so fucking high and people are going to play it so wrong. I'm expecting probably of the people that get in the market, a 20-25%, like you're going to lose your girlfriend, you're going to lose your wife. I'm serious. I'm serious.
I honestly think that's probably somewhat correct. Like it's in the ballpark.
Yeah, because you imagine, like, you just went, like, you imagine losing the fucking house and how mad your fucking wife would be. Like, what the fuck, Brad? You fucking idiot! What did you do? Where the fuck are we gonna live?
Or telling your wife we have $10 million, and then 2 months later, sorry, honey, I over leveraged. We lost everything, or I borrowed too much, and
There's a lie. If you watch 60 Minutes Australia, there's a documentary on BitConnect, and somebody actually did that, and their wife's on there with them, and they're talking about it. This exact conversation. It's pretty funny, and they're still together. He literally like remortgaged everything for BitConnect.
Foxtrot has here.
I mean, because the one thing that I'll actually this is Charlie's advice that he gave me, and normally whenever you take like you read anything about like entering any financial market, they always talk about only put in whatever you're willing to lose. So like let's say if you put in 10,000 or 100,000, if you'd be okay losing all that money, then go ahead and put it in, but never try to over leverage yourself, because nothing's ever guaranteed. Like even right now with when I bought Cell Token, there was like no guarantee that it was going to go from like the price I bought it to it was going to go up.
Zero guarantee. Anything can happen here. Like anything.
With the pressure or the spring effect on Celsius and the buybacks, you know, and the liquidity we have, like I don't get people, like I get right now, like you only can 4x leverage against your sell, but imagine if you get 2x leverage against your sell or even more. Imagine if you had like Nexo or whatever, the guys that let you like leverage way up, you know, and then you have the spring and the pressure of the price, you know, at different times, like people are going to get wrecked. And like, yeah, I mean, I know people in the community are doing that, and some of it it's worked out really well for them. Like it's been really successful, but yeah, I just always caution people to not do that, like to over leverage themselves, because I know that, you know, the price can move around, like the $150 drop, right? Like if we didn't have those buyers come in, like we could have seen 70 cents, and I mean that's still probably most people in the community would, you know, like you said, you only can 4 to 1 leverage your sell right now, but if you could 2 to 1. Some people might have got wrecked in that last downturn. So,
yeah, we're that last downturn, like that scared a lot of people, and it wasn't even I wouldn't call it a downturn, right? Because I've been banging on about being safe and being sensible for a long time now, and kind of I think that it was a very quick event. So we went from whatever 140 odd down to like 97 cents, right? And the new people that have bought sell, they think that's it. They think that's how it works. They haven't had like a 50% swing down in a day and then it doesn't come back. Like the thing is with sell, it always comes back. That's the problem at the moment. So this is people that just think, yeah, this thing's just going to keep going back, the flywheel, blah, blah, blah. And I've been quite critical on the flywheel at this level, right? But what I'm not critical on is at the levels that you were talking about before, right? Further out. So the flywheel isn't going to save anybody, right? If traders want to start hammering the price down, the price will go down, right? But long term, when the flywheel gets more mass and it's more behind it, yeah, it will 100% hold it up a lot more, and it will hold it up a lot more in the bear market. But it's all, I'm always talking about the shorter term time frames. So you got to be very careful, and like leveraging loans and loan on loan. There was a lot of people doing that, and I saw it on Twitter, and I saw them crying in that day. They were literally panicking and shitting themselves. Loads of them. It was hilarious. Like, and then it came back, and I felt better for them. But that shit got real quick, right? I know people have got 10 loans, 20 loans. That's not an exaggeration. Yeah, fucking 10 loans.
Yeah, that's insane. Like,
list on Twitter.
Just
I'm not making it up. Just go and find it.
Yeah, just put it. I guess just put it this way: like when you have, let's say, somebody leverage trading with Bitcoin, which I do not ever recommend because it's so fucking stupid. If you have, let's say, 20x leverage, a 5% move is a 100% loss. You take the percentage and you multiply it by your leverage. So when you're taking out like basically loan on loan and loan, you're increasing your leverage. So a small swing in the market now amplifies your losses. So just to be very blunt, like that's leverage is fucking retarded. Like don't leverage your stack and lose everything because you're trying to make like a 20x move in like a 4-hour candle. It's so dumb. Like it's so dumb.
Me and Dollar Cost were talking about this when it was happening because we were seeing it, and then that euphoria, and then luckily nobody got burned. But look, if that does happen on Celsius, they're not going to liquidate you instantly, which is lucky, right? Because they're going to try and work with you to kind of recollateralize the loan or give some of the money back or whatever. They're not going to. That's the good thing about Celsius. They will work with you to refinance the deal, right, on the loans and stuff. But there's a lot of people like don't really understand what they're doing, and that was fine at the 30 cents level, 40 cents level, 50 cents level. I was comfortable with that degenerate level of trading at that point, but at the 150 level I saw people doing it, and I was just like this is, I remember me and Dollar Cost just having a conversation about it. We're just seeing some crazy shit out here right now, and I'm just trying to calm people down to stop doing that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. Like 100%. I do think the flywheel at this point is just not enough mass to protect people. I think it has to be 10 to 20x the size before you start to see any level of protection. And so to lose out this early and to over leverage, it's like I haven't taken a single loan against my Bitcoin or Celsius, but which is probably being too conservative. But you know, it's just could you imagine in the future you have like the two different departments of Celsius talking? You have like the liquidation department going over to the Cell Treasury and saying, okay, are we going to liquidate 1,000 Celsians or 10,000 Celsians here, or are we gonna start buying? Like, I mean, and there's no guarantee they will buy at any level, right? You can't bank on Celsius what they're going to do. It's a whole separate thing. But you could have a situation like that if Cell drops from whatever $50 to $20 at one point, and you have literally tens of thousands of people they're going to get liquidated because they over leveraged, and you have the liquidation department being like, do we really want to liquidate all these people in our community, or do we just want to start buying up Celsius with the treasury and the profits?
But we're still, like, as much as we know about Celsius, and I think we know a lot collectively, we're not inside, and even though I think we know quite a lot about what's going on here, but we're still learning, right? So in that crash from 140 whatever to 1, we learned that there's certain people that step in at certain times, and like you say, using the treasury or whatever it is, right? There's certain techniques to kind of push the price up a little bit. So we didn't know that before. Nobody knew that before, right? Like that was kind of theory. So we're still got a lot to learn. That's what I'm saying in terms of this chart and how it moves and this price. And like you say, the flywheel isn't doing enough now. I kind of worked it out once, and this was a while ago. I worked out that the flywheel was a day, half a day to a day's worth of buying it would absorb. I can't even remember what the math was that I used at the time, but I basically worked out the volume. I worked out the buyback, and I worked it out that it would absorb a day's worth maximum. So that there's still another 6 days where you can get dumped on there, right? And of course, they can move the treasury or do whatever they want to do to kind of help that. But at these higher levels, there's going to be that day where I think, there is some wreckage. There just is going to be that day, and I hope we can stop some people just doing that, because I don't want to see it. But we haven't been close to it yet. I've spoke to the loan team a lot, and they've only liquidated probably 10 people, I would say, and those were just people that literally wouldn't respond to margin calls for like a long time, and that was a lot of it from March. Literally, they were just being complete retards. There was they should have answered their margin calls or done something. You know, they were literally just completely ignoring the fact that they were in the red for a very long time. So they deserve it, really. You know, if you're just not going to respond whatsoever, that's just stupid, right? Just give some of the money back or add some collateral or something. It's not difficult, is it? You know.
One of the things going back to the flywheel really quickly here. One of the things I found interesting, and I with that graph I posted recently, was the peak price coincided with the day that the price to earning ratio or the pressure was the lowest. So like it could be a complete coincidence, right? But it does seem like when we had that run up, it was releasing pressure from the flywheel. You know, and I know there was a lot of other factors, right? Like I'm hyper focused on one thing, and there's a lot else going on as far as trading, and a lot of people were up so much they sold. But I just found it interesting, and we'll have to see over time if that trend continues at all. But I do think like once the price to earning ratio gets to a certain point, like I was talking with Wasabi about this on Twitter, because you know how in technical analysis you have the RSI, overbought, oversold. Is it called RSI?
Yeah,
you're right.
RSI. Okay, so for that's for technical analysis, you have the RSI indicator of like overbought, oversold, right? So with the Celsius flywheel, you know, with the fund, you can almost I kind of look at the pressure or the price earnings ratio as being an RSI for the fundamental analysis. So like the indication of overbought, underbought, oversold, or whatever for fundamentals. So you can kind of combine the RSI for technicals with the price to earnings / pressure ratio for the fundamental analysis, overbought, oversold. As for people, but again, like, you know, that's for people looking to buy and sell, right? Like, which is what I'm not really promoting at all. But
yeah, someone's asking in the chat, what if you can't add collateral? Does Celsius Network prevent people from using 100% of their assets as collateral? So you can only take a 25% LTV on Cell token at the moment. If you are stupid or degenerate and you kind of don't have too much else in the wallet, or you've spent all the money instantly and lost it all and you can't refinance that way, yeah, you do face a potential for liquidation, but you've got plenty of time to kind of sort that out. You have a margin call and then you have a liquidation, right? And then, you know, it's a 25% LTV on Cell tokens, so it's got to fall pretty far for that to happen. So I've not seen that incident that happen yet. Probably one day it will, but I don't see that happening anytime soon to get liquidated that far down at the moment.
Just curious, Kevin, what's the percentage? What's the drop in percentage to receive a margin call? Is it 50%?
I did have that written down somewhere, but I've kind of forgotten it now.
it's more than that.
Because if it's a 25% loan to value, so then a 50% drop in the portfolio would make it
60 to 70%, isn't it?
Yeah, something crazy.
Because it's less than 75. Because 75 is when they have to sell all your assets, right? If it drops 75% and you have 4 times the assets, like your asset is worth this. Like they have to liquidate all your money when it hits 70. As far as I understand, it's 75%. But they're going to start margin calling you closer to 65, 60% to give you a window of time, right? So I think I think once you get past like 60%. Then you're going to start getting these calls. But I don't know enough about it. I haven't done it myself.
Yeah, so
they will work with you every instant, trying to fix that. And so there's many ways you can rebalance that loan. If you have other assets, you can use those. You can send some of the money back. There's, you know, you need to understand if you're taking loans, they're a great tool, and you know, take them at the right time as well. Take them when there's you know, not at the peak of the cycle or something stupid, you know, just think about it, you know, the timing, it's hard to time the markets, but you can kind of just watch some basic technical analysis or cycle analysis, and you can kind of be in the area, you know, at least where you're not going to get dumped on that bad.
The easiest way to think about it in terms of price or whatever, just imagine you have a token that's $100 and it gets to about 60, it goes down to about $40. at that point, you'd probably start getting a little bit of emails and calls like, hey, we're getting close to the $25 strike price. And then let's just say it goes to 30. Hey, we're $5 away. You need to add some collateral or just close it out right now because we're getting really close to, the $25 mark. And if it's $25, they'll just take it. They have to at that point. But that's a significant drop. I mean, and that's one of the safest loans, to tell you the truth. The 25% LTV on other cryptos, people are taking a 50% LTV on other stuff.
Yeah,
which is far riskier, in my opinion.
Someone saying in the chat, I took one at 130 and the margin call was 49 cents, and then the liquidation at 40. So
not too shabby.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I think we
we've
agreed that there's a lot of confluence in kind of the charts that we've done and the price analysis and the maths and everything. And I think we kind of summarized that dollar cost. Let's just see how it goes and keep charting it.
I don't know if I ever dollar cost. Like, I don't know if you ever said exactly what you and Wasabi thought of after the fact, like what you guys' predictions were
for all-time highs.
Yeah, just like end of next year, end of 2022 or whatever. But like, what you guys, because you said you had those original podcasts where you're doing the moon math, and then you kind of were discussing offline like you thought it was low. But what were your conclusions, I guess, recently? Because it sounded like you guys were talking recently and you came to other conclusions.
Yeah, I think me and Wasabi were talking about that. Our end of market all-time highs were off. So whether that's in 22 or 23, like seriously, like I think it could hit like $400. That's in the cards. $100 is the fucking bare minimum. Bare minimum. I mean, like literally, I'm being bearish at that price. It should hit anywhere between there. I mean, it could hit $250, $375. It could hit $400. The thing is depending on if Bitcoin goes to some stupid, let's just say Bitcoin goes to some stupid price. Stupid. I mean, let's just say it goes to like 400K, 350, $250,000. Literally, there's going to be so much BTC on the Sell app. It's stupid. I mean, literally, we'll have by that point. In that many years, we'll have more Bitcoin in app than there is on Grayscale or in MicroStrategies.
You know what we need? We need Block One to transfer their 140,000 Bitcoin to the Celsius app,
which is probably going to happen too. That's something that
or Tezos. Tezos has 30,000 Bitcoin in their treasury.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like, what's his name? Not the say too much about someone's bag, but Michael Saylor, he owns almost 12,000 Bitcoin himself personally, outside of his fund. His personal that he disclosed how much he has. Like, yeah, I have roughly like 11,000 and some change BTC.
Yeah, it's once Celsius is able to get like some guys like that, it's gonna that yeah. I mean, that could be a ways away, but
it's coming. And at that point, when things get that high in price, Celsius is really the only game in town who has that many assets to lend. Really. And this is why I said in those earlier podcasts that Celsius is going to be a kingmaker. It's going to decide who survives, because when everything crashes back down, Celsius will be able to lend somebody and save like a company. Like the amount of deals that like Alex and the team will be able to make when a catastrophe happens because they hold all the coins. Do you understand what leverage they'll have over other things? Let's just say we never can get on Coinbase, but we save Coinbase's ass. Guess who's getting listed on Coinbase?
Well, look at the rates. Like when Bitcoin dropped to 3,800 or whatever, like there was a couple weeks there where Celsius was making record, interest rate. Like they were making record, like you're saying, but it's going to be even amplified more. Like what you're saying, as far as like you're going to have like you said, if you're going to go out of business unless you get a loan or unless you get something, like people are going to, it's almost extortion at that point.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Like, I mean, we're going to become a central bank at that point. The first true central bank of crypto, because we got all the crypto. And man, dude, it's gonna be crazy. Like at that point, like you understand, like during the tail end, the last 6 months of the market, you're gonna see. This may be a bad example, but you're gonna see Alex paraded around on CNBC, sort of like XRP was. What is Celsius? Celsius, and then you're gonna see it everywhere, and then that's when you see those stupid high prices. I mean, it's gonna happen, right? It's just gonna happen. It's like how much Bitcoin? We have over 1 million Bitcoin on app. Oh my god! Like that's totally possible. We could have 1 million Bitcoin because we could. Let's just say before he gets on TV and all those, before everyone's just basically like giving brown nosing Alex at some point, right? He could have 500,000 Bitcoin, and then just because of those appearances and stuff, magically the normies come in, throw what little Bitcoin they have on, and then the assets under management shoots up to 1 million BTC on app, just in Bitcoin. God knows how many fucking Ethereum we're gonna have. And then here's the thing too, is that we'll have the most. Here's another thing, yeah. We'll probably have the most. We'll have the highest liquid pool of Ethereum to lend on the planet because people are going to lock up their Ethereum in the phase 0 contracts. So you have a shit ton of Ethereum that's locked up in their own decentralized platform. So at a certain point, there's going to be a squeeze of how much Ethereum there is in the market. In Celsius, will have the most Ethereum to lend. So I expect probably the Ethereum interest rate to shoot up. It's going to be vastly higher than Bitcoin. Celsius bull, baby, to the moon. Anything else? And I didn't even say about the So here's another fucking play that I forgot to talk about. How many fucking governance tokens is Celsius going to have? When you control the governance tokens and you can vote with those governance tokens,
never even thought about that.
We control everything. Imagine right now, people are depositing Uni tokens. What happens when Celsius has 10-15% of all the Uni tokens, 20% of all the Uni tokens in existence? Then, with the broad stroke, Celsius will say, Celsius, ETH pool, Uni, vote yes. We vote yes. Okay, it's passed. You can essentially, then at that point, Celsius can then just write whatever they want on Uniswap, and no one can stop them. What happens if at some point that people start earning interest in Wi-Fi token, and then Celsius controls all the Wi-Fi token and can start voting things on Wi-Fi? What happens when they add Compound and they control? You'll end up giving Celsius, the company, essentially all the power to rewrite anything they want. And will anyone stop them? Because especially if you're a Celsius holder and shit, you're like, fuck no, do it, dude. Pump my bags. It's so evil.
And the market cap of Celsius. So like you said as high as $400.
I'm sorry?
You said as high as $400 at peak?
At peak, it could go higher. I mean, it could touch 1,000, but that it won't keep it. It will not keep it.
That's so crazy.
It won't keep that 1,000 number. That is a true possibility in the next cycle because you have a full absorption of equities.
Yeah, no, I think once you start adding in outside markets like stocks and equities, like it's highly possible, right? But like just sticking with the peak of this market, like the numbers you said, so 400, right? So the math we did before, we got between 35 or 75 and 350. And then, so what is this? What does the Channel of Dreams say for the end of 2022?
I will check.
Well, it's off the chart.
It goes so far. This is the problem. It only goes 2022.
Because so $75 to 400 by the end of 2022, or the end of say the end of cycle. It could be the end of 2023, right? So $75 to $400. Now it depends on the market cap. It depends on the circulating supply, but that gives you anywhere between 25 billion to all the way up to 300 billion market cap for Celsius. So I'm pretty sure on that. So that's based on $75 to $400 Celsius. That I think that if you take the market cap range that you see, like the max supply or the circulating supply on CoinMarketCap, you have anywhere between 25 billion and 300 billion. So that puts Celsius definitely top 5 cryptos or whatever, right? But yeah, then you're starting getting to the levels of Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? I'm just kind of like, for people to understand, like, you know, the numbers can go to 400. It's not like Celsius market cap would be like beyond anything that exists in crypto today, right? Like Bitcoin and Ethereum are already in those ranges. So it's, people didn't think Ethereum and Bitcoin could get to the levels they are right now, but Celsius at those dollar amounts. And the nice thing, I think a dollar cost has mentioned this a few times as well, like the unit bias. Celsius has a really good unit bias because, buying a share of something or a crypto, even when it's at like, $10, $20, $50, like you're still able to buy, a little bit, you're able to buy some of it. Like you're not buying fractions of stuff, right? Like people can still buy 10, 20, 100 of sell, right?
Definitely, yeah. Like the ramp up under sub $100 sell, like sell for the most part for most of its existence during this bull market will be under $100. That range of being at several $100s is probably 6 months. That's 6 months. That's peak of bull market and stuff. And so that means the average person can buy a sell token and earn interest on it. And you know what I mean? I know
$100 sell is like $100 sell is like 10,000 BTC.
Right. And look, this is something that, and here, and then people are like, where are the people going to get the money to buy this, Miguel? Like, I just don't understand how you damn city folk have so much goddamn money to buy up all the sell token. Well, us city folk and stuff, we invested in things called Ethereum. And Ethereum is going to be worth tens of thousands of dollars. But this is something I just stop the shitty voices. But looking into crypto had a really good version of this where he figured out sort of a conversion rate for you can imagine you have a $10,000 Ethereum. If people who have that, what ends up happening is the FOMO will get you, and you have Bitcoin and you have Ethereum that went up that high. You're like, when your Bitcoin and your Ethereum are that high, translating it over to oh, you know what? I'll sell my Ethereum over for some sell token. It looks like a good deal. People will do that. That's where the money comes from. Us city folk will just throw our Ethereum into the sell Uniswap pair and get ourselves 40 sell token. And then people will then speculate I'll just take my $10,000 Ethereum coin, buy myself 40 or 50 sell tokens, and at some point the sell token is probably going to go to $1,000, and then I'll be able to get 2 Ethereum out. That's what people. That's good. That's where the money comes from, because all the big institutional money and all the buyers are like these little buyers and stuff, and all the ETFs and all this stuff is buying up Bitcoin and Ethereum. They're holding the price up, and then people who are in crypto right now have a lot of Bitcoin and Ethereum. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to try to flip into other stuff to get more Bitcoin and Ethereum out. That's exactly what's going to happen. And then people ask, obviously, once it goes past $100, that's where it's going to happen. If you have $10,000 Ethereum price, right? You can buy how many is that? 100. You get 100 sell token per ETH. I mean, how much? Let me show you something right now. Watch. I'll go on Uniswap on my phone. Let me try to buy one. Let me try to buy some sell token right now.
So in order to hit $400, like you're saying at the peak, you know, you're talking about really you need about, I don't know, you need basically 2.5 million depositors in the app, and then you need the overall market cap to hit about 5 trillion.
Yeah, that's not crazy, because 56. Me and Cultivate have said 56,000. I mean, basically $1 trillion market cap for Bitcoin is the absolute bare minimum that we're going to hit in this cycle. Right. The thing is we once we get closer to that place, we'll be able to extrapolate out and figure out how much more we got. But it could $100,000 BTC is 2.1 trillion, right? Itself. Or 2 trillion. People forget that 100,000 BTC is 2 trillion. 2 trillion. Yeah, true. Circulating supply. It'd actually be 1.9 trillion. So that 1.9 trillion when BTC. So most people feel like BTC will hit 50 to 100 minimum by peak, right? I would say most people in crypto think that, with everything coming in, right? So that right there is basically 1 to 2 trillion market cap at the peak, right. minimum, and then 50%. Say say the domination. What is it called? The domination. Oh, the BTC. Yeah, whatever it's called. I can't think right now. The dominance or whatever is even if it's at 30%, right?
If it's at 30%, then you can 3 times that. So BTC dominance at peak is at 30%, and the BTC is worth 1 to 2 trillion. You have right there, you have your 5 to 6 trillion market cap. Or if you have a 50% ratio, you have at least 4.
And that's a low end of the market, because the top could be 80K for all we know, or 100K. And I think that's fucking low, to tell you the truth, because I'm more on this. I mean, we could talk.
I always talk lowest possible. Like I kind of talk on the lower end. It's not, when I say these numbers, it's not what I actually think is going to happen. But I always like to prepare myself for like on the lower side of this, like not worst case scenario, because worst case scenario is we don't move at all. But like kind of like take the bull case and just take off some of the horns, you know.
So let's just say we're going with the. I think reasonably 200K would probably be the top, maybe 250. But let's just say I'm being bearish, and we only, like, everyone's like, it's going to hit 200K. It's going to hit 200K BTC. Oh my god! And then it only hits $1.50. That's $3 trillion Bitcoin itself, not including the rest of the market. So that means crypto itself would be somewhere like 6-7 trillion in market cap. Because then at that point there'll be all these talks is, when is Bitcoin going to hit the market cap of gold? Because you forget, people relate markets, right? So what is Bitcoin competing against? Gold. Where's gold's market cap right now? Since gold went up to $2,000 right now, it's a little bit higher now, right? So they're like, yeah, Bitcoin has, and all the institutional money and all these people are saying like Bitcoin still can run. It hasn't even caught up to gold yet, because if shit's got if fucking Tom, goddamn it. Because at that point, right, when Bitcoin's that high, more than likely there's some economic turmoil probably going on in the world. Then you probably have a much higher price in gold as well. So the whole thing is like, wow, Bitcoin just hit the old market cap of gold. But gold is probably going to be up to $3,000 or $4,000 at that time, right? When all this stuff is going on. And of course, everything's going to correct. But during that whole ramp up phase and stuff, I mean, literally, we could hit $1.50. The only time I could think maybe like we could hit $400,000 for Bitcoin in the cycle is if there's some big economic turmoil in some countries like China, where then you have people essentially taking their wealth out and stuff and everything. But that's a very crazy scenario, but it's possible. But,
did you see the thing? I don't know. I didn't really read enough into it, but there was something about Iraq or Iran. It was Iran was doing international trading in Bitcoin, or accepting it as Iran. Yeah. So like international trading, like I don't know if that's something that you guys see happening in this cycle, right? Because they talk about like the different adoptions of Bitcoin, right? You have the corporations putting it on their balance sheet, right, as a percentage, and then you also have like international trading or being used as more of a global denominated currency, like yeah. I mean, I don't know that stuff. It's hard to say, right? It's hard to predict things like that. But those sorts of events, like when people say like, okay, it's going to take so much volume to push up the Bitcoin price, I personally believe the opposite of that. Like, or not the opposite. I personally don't have a hard time seeing the money coming into Bitcoin, because it gets so much more free press than anything else in crypto, and it's the first thing that I just don't see corporations like. There's no corporations that are going to be buying altcoins, like maybe Ethereum, but like for balance sheet, like imagine if a big company, a top 500 company, put like whatever coin on their balance sheet. Like, it's just not going to happen. There's only so many coins that are going to be able to go on balance sheets, and Cell could be one of those at some point, right? Who knows?
Next cycle, it probably will be. You're probably going to get Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, just the longest track record coins, just because it's the only one that their fiduciaries will allow to enter. Even though some of the people in the corporations personally have a lot of altcoins, but that's all we need. We just need those three to be propped up, or just Bitcoin and Ethereum, because we as altcoiners, because we're not maximalists, right? We hold Ethereum, we hold Bitcoin, and fuck it, let them pump up our bags, and then from there we distribute art where we think the value should be in the market, right? Because if I have a Bitcoin that goes up, I'll take some out, but then I got another Bitcoin here. I mean, fuck it, let me juice up my sell bag. Let me juice up this, and that's what people are going to do, because they're like, fuck, I don't have enough. I just had this one Bitcoin. I just had these 2 Bitcoins, 3 Bitcoins. Let me try to do a quick flip and get some extra Bitcoin and then cash out real quick. That's what's going to happen. that's where literally in Bitcoin there is trickle down economics. It actually does happen in Bitcoin with these cryptos and stuff, because these top level cryptos, everyone's holding them, and even if they say they're not, they are holding it, and the money just trickles out. And especially these big whales who have very big bags, they start moving their money around into other coins, which then pops up the prices of coins. So let's just say you're completely in altcoins, you have no Bitcoin, you have no Ethereum, you're literally in a bunch of these smaller cap coins. These whales move around and like they cash out nicely, and they're like, you know what, fuck it, let me put some money in these other coins. Boom, boom, boom. The prices explode, and then guess what happens? By them jumping into your token, and your token now explodes in price. Guess what happens? Because you held a lot of that token price, you now have wealth, and then you move. Just like the Bitcoin whales and the ETH whales did to your altcoin, you will do to other coins because you see value somewhere else, and that's how the money trickles out throughout the entire market. So you don't even really need them. All you need them is to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum. We'll do the rest. The market will do the rest. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me, like, as far as what you're saying, like, and how the cycles of the flowing, how money flows throughout the whole market, right? All the whole space, right? And I mean, every cycle is going to be, I think, a little different, right? Like we've already kind of talked about this, but like every cycle, like I guess a lot of the stuff we're predicting, or at least some of us like kind of predicting, is based on last cycle stuff, which I wasn't even here for the cycle before that, and I don't think any of us were, right? So we don't even. We need to get someone on who's talking about 2 cycles ago, because just how much things can change one cycle to the next, right? Like, it's hard to predict what will happen this cycle, because we were only around for the last one, but it was still a few years ago. So it's like you almost forget how crazy things can become. Like, do you guys still remember how crazy things got in 2017? Like,
oh, I remember.
It was crazy.
The one thing I think most people don't talk about is, at least the observation I made with Bitcoin, is that from like Bitcoin's very first bull run to the second one, the percentage increase was so pretty much from when Bitcoin went from $5 to $1,000, that was about a 20,000% increase.
Yeah.
And then when Bitcoin went from about 250 to a little over 19,000, that was roughly 7,500%. So I'm expecting, let's say in this cycle, from like the lowest point of 4,000, from that point it could go up between 3,000 to 4,000%. Is my prediction.
Right.
So every cycle, the percentage increase is going to be lower than the previous cycle, in my opinion. And I think we're going to see that with like even coins like that were in the last bull cycle. This bull cycle, they'll make a lower percentage increase than the previous one.
Right. So that would roughly, if you get a 30x on the bottom at 4K, that would give you like $120,000 BTC price, which is like, what is that? Like 2.2 trillion market cap in Bitcoin, I think. Roughly.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, that seems well. Yeah, that's totally in the ballpark. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're not wrong on that, because it's what you're talking about is the law of big numbers. It just takes more money to push up that thing, because it's just such a big number. It's such a big amount of money. In a world scale, it's not that much, because there's other markets that have tons of cash to move it. But the next cycle, I mean, depending on where we top out at, I mean, shit, the next cycle we're gonna hit $1 million BTC. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. I mean, all we need is a fucking, let's just say we top out at $150 or 100K or 120 and stuff. We'll hit 800 to like $1 million. That's all we need. That's all we need, man. That's all we need. Nothing. At that point, we'll just be. I mean, really, it's gonna. But there's another thing too. It's gonna be so expensive to buy Bitcoin at that point, and like Hex, Cell, everything. The prices on these tokens are gonna be so crazy. I mean, like. You could have Celsius just be chilling in like for like 2 years or a year at $40, doing nothing at $40. If you have a lot of Celsius, you're very happy. But like it could just be like just chilling there. You could have a BTC price of like 40 G's just sitting there.
So you know how you're talking about like the mass coming in, what it would take to move like Bitcoin when it's that high, right? But look at like the stock market, right? Okay, so you have like you have the elite tech companies in the stock market. They're still, even at the levels are right now, even being valued $1 trillion, they're still outperforming the vast majority of the top 500. So I mean, I know it takes a lot of money to move Bitcoin once it gets over 100K, but you know, every time for every percent Bitcoin, like right now, for Bitcoin to move up 1% and Ethereum to move up 1%, it takes 5 times the amount of money for Bitcoin to do that. And but every time Bitcoin does that, every time it stays with the market or it passes what the market's doing, it separates itself further from the pack. Because if you look at the actual dollar value, it's growing exponentially further, separating itself, like market cap wise, right? Because if Bitcoin goes up 10%, you know, it takes 25 million, right, or 25 billion to do that, and that's half of Ethereum's cap right there. Ethereum to go up 10% only takes 2.5 billion. So yeah, I mean, so far Bitcoin has been able to pace with the top. Like right now, okay, so Bitcoin, if you look at the right now, I just looked at the CoinMarketCap. So with the run that Bitcoin's on right now, 60 out of the top 100 projects are down 10% or more.
Okay.
Some are down 20, some are down 30. But there's a massive sell-off right now. If you look at 60 of the top 100 are down 10 to 30%. And Celsius is up 7%. So, I mean, it's only the last week, right? Things fluctuate. But to me, that says a lot. Like Bitcoin is clearly running right now over the last small, it's doing a small run over the last month or whatever. We've gone up from 11,500 to 14, right? So with that move, we've seen, you know, at least with this run, we've seen a large percentage of the top 100 have been down 10 to 30%. And Celsius has completely like outpaced everything. Like Celsius is third or fourth or something. So it's a big difference, right? To hold your value when Bitcoin is running. And we talked about this last podcast, like you really see the projects that have long-term potential and the communities are holding their coin. You see who the hodlers are, and you see who the people that are in that coin long-term and not just looking to trade stuff. When Bitcoin runs and your project is at least keeping, even if you drop 5%, like it's a big difference between dropping 30, 40% or 20% and 5%. And some of these projects, it's because they ran up like crazy. Like Hex is an exception because it ran up more than any other project. So for him to drop is normal. But for projects that have,
Hex don't stop, baby.
If projects have been trading sideways and then they drop 20 to 30%, that says a lot. If a project's been running up and then it drops, it doesn't really, it's separate from the market. Like Hex's price is kind of separate from the entire market right now. It's almost doing its complete own thing. I'm not even counting it. But if you just look at the top 100 on CoinMarketCap, take a look right now, and it's like you're seeing red like 10+% in almost 2/3 of the top 100, right? You're only seeing a few coins hold up, right? And it's only one snapshot of time, right? You have to look at that over the course of like several run-ups. Just observe. I'm just like telling people that are listening or whatever, like just observe who runs when everything's good and who holds when everything's bad. Like, I think we talked about already though.
Yeah. Typically Hex likes running when everything's like in the red. It's a marketing tactic. And Celsius is probably like, in terms of holding up the price outside of Hex, probably like Cell holds its price very well in downturns. Very well. I mean, I'd rather be holding Celsius in a stable coin for the most part, if I'm being honest. Because I know I gain on a lot of altcoins holding itself. That's why it's like, hopefully Cell Swap does pretty well and stuff, but I know some people are iffy about it.
I wanted to ask you guys a question about, because earlier in the conversation we had talked about Michael Saylor. So I had a conversation with my dad last night, and I told him it was maybe like the third or fourth conversation I had this year with him to buy crypto, and he's just he still thinks it's a scam. And then he was telling me, because I've been doing a lot of research, and I see people like Warren Buffett say crypto is a scam and is going to zero. And I told him I think he's wrong. And then, but the thing he told me was, I'd rather take the advice of like somebody who's already like established and a billionaire versus you. And to his point, he's right. To his point, he's right.
Yeah.
But most people they make their wealth when they get into something where there is the uncertainty, and then if they make their bet correctly, then that's where they realize the profits later on. So I mean, what do you guys think about that when you see? Because I also put that article earlier in the private chat.
Yeah.
Most big players, they're not getting into crypto right now, and they're not talking about it, or actually like they're openly bashing it.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I'd tell him to go and look at what Warren Buffett's just done, and that probably tells you everything. He's just done
And bought gold miners.
So
and bought fucking gold miners. Fucking gold miners.
And he bought non-correlated assets. So go ahead and ask your dad to check his thesis on Warren Buffett's investing because it's changed, and then he'll say, "Dad, you're correct." He's right. But Warren Buffett probably just has a bag of crypto. He's not
He
even.
did in a way because he owned a bunch of because I think the last bank he still owns a little bit of is Wells Fargo. He hasn't completely sold it. He has a little bit left of Wells Fargo.
Yeah, but he's offloaded the rest. So yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, he's offloaded all his bank stocks. So I'd say that's pretty smart.
Was it Dale Carnegie? I can't remember who said that. Yeah, it's like if you don't put your eggs all in one basket, but if you do, you watch that basket carefully. I forgot how the quote goes, but like,
yeah, watch it. Like if you want to get rich, don't diversify. Just concentrate wealth and then diversify when you're rich.
Yeah,
but you watch it really, really carefully, like with a laser,
right,
to make sure that it's not chopping and changing.
Right, because Warren Buffett missed the entire technology. I mean, he missed the last decade. He missed the entire run up in tech, all of it. He didn't get Amazon. He didn't buy Apple until just barely a couple years ago and stuff. Like if he knew anything, the minute the iPhone came out, he should have invested in it. I get it if he missed out the whole iPod thing because that was pretty crazy to like gamble a bunch of money on like some iPod or something, right? But like, by the iPhone, he should have like known like, oh wow, Apple does their shit. Like, yeah, if I was Warren Buffett, I would have gone into Apple when the iPhone 3 came out. Right, that's 2009 or 10. That was such a nice run up he could have got into. He got into it at what, 2015? No, 2016, I think. So he missed out a lot of the upside, and he still won pretty good because like literally when Apple went to $1 trillion, it went to $2 trillion. He doubled his money on it and stuff. But like he always was pretty terrible at the tech companies for the most part and stuff. And then that's where we're heading. We're heading towards tech. So, but he's old. I mean, to tell you the truth, it's like you can't really chastise him and stuff because he was the best in class during his time in his ecosystem. But now we're going towards tech and stuff. I mean, like, not to be more morbid or whatever, but like, you think Warren's going to be around for another 10 more years? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I'm just trying to give an idea. Like, my dad, he thinks like the average person, and the average person is thinking like, okay, well, people are talking about crypto, but who's really investing into it if all these big players are saying like it's crap 1-0? Because what we are doing is it would be the equivalent of like buying stock in Apple in 2007, 2008, compared to like where it could go.
Yeah, you're buying it. I mean, to tell you the truth, you're buying crypto right now. It's like you're buying Apple, probably like right before when they're barely dropping the first iPod. That's what you're buying it at, right? I mean, really, like we're not even at the iPhone 3, dude. We're not even at that point yet. Like, because watch people like all the smart people are going to get into like if you think of Apple at that point and for the crypto market and stuff, we have like in 2 cycles there's going to be a lot of normies in crypto at that point, right? So that's like that's towards the tail end of this decade. Most people our age and stuff. I mean, I'll be in my late 30s. Everyone in this call will be in their 30s or 40s by when. I mean, then like that. What was that one? Crypty girl and stuff. Her generation will be around our age in 10 more years, and then they'll be balls deep into crypto and stuff. And then her generation is really the one that's going to get in. But the one thing I didn't have the heart to tell her and stuff is like, the reason I'm always trying to get my brother and a bunch of his friends into crypto now is because crypto is cheap right now. They're essentially going to be enslaved. Like they'll be buying all our assets for nothing. Like we're buying these assets for peanuts. They'll be buying it for some serious shekels.
That's what I said to her. I hope they get hold of some because it's all right being here, but you got to have some money to buy it, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't have a lot, it just being in the market now and having some knowledge, like people are smart. They'll figure out a hustle. You'll figure out some hustle in this. Eventually, like, every cycle, there's always a Hexen, there's always a Celsius of every cycle. There always is. There always is a really good investments. Every cycle, every cycle, there's these really crazy coins and stuff. The Binance token and stuff of last cycle, or like Litecoin, Ethereum. I mean, Ethereum was the coin last cycle to invest, to have gotten into it. Can you imagine you bought it on Kraken at 15 cents and it went to fucking $1,400? That happens every cycle. The last cycle, it was Bitcoin who did that. You know, I'm telling you, like, there's I'm noticing every cycle there's like 2 or 3 extra plays that happen. So by the next cycle, there could be like 3 or 5 coins. It could be 10 coins that run up like crazy like that, where you can get like a 5,000 return on your money. But you have to find them.
This might be the last cycle, though. I still maintain this as a possibility. The last cycle, because the gains are pretty much cutting in half each time, right? The time is lengthening, so this is potentially the last one that's as a real, like, a low barrier to entry, where like normal people can kind of
last cycle you can turn like 10,000 into $1 million in one cycle, right? Like,
I'm not sure you can still do that now.
Yeah, you can still do that.
Show me one person who's done that. Show me one. Like, name him. Like, because I don't think you can turn it into $1 million. I think you can turn 100,000 into $1 million. But
you can turn 10,000.
It depends when you got in, because if you got in this year, it's still possible to turn 10,000 into $1 million.
You'd have to get sell when it's 10 cents, right?
Yeah.
And be selling when it's at $10.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's not happened, does it? It's like,
I did it.
It hasn't happened yet. No.
What are you talking about, man? I threw 10 grand and sell at 10 cents, baby. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm right here. This guy. Right here.
But it's more so because the thing we talked about, Charlie, is the best advice he gave us was, whatever profits we make, don't just blow it away. Wait for everything to drop and then buy back, because that's how you're going to make your money again in the future. Because let's say if you make a $10,000 investment and then you turn that into $100K, and then you save all of that $100K, or let's say you save 90% of it, and then you take that 90%, you reinvest it back in, and let's say you don't make a 10x, let's say you make a 5x. As in terms of a dollar value,
right,
you make more reinvesting as opposed to just blowing it all away.
Yeah. But you always got to take some profits out in cash and stuff. But yeah, if you just when you sell at that all-time high, and you at least save up anywhere from 30 to 50% of that money in reserves to rebuy back the dip, and you're buying a good project, you literally could you multiply the bag you had in the bull run, and then when the price recovers even a tiny more. No, obviously more, but I'm just saying it's just like as a bare minimum, like you at least want to buy back double your bag, or at least your bag back, because later on the prices are so much higher, and it's like very few people's income actually keeps up with the scale of growth of crypto, right? So maybe you were able to buy, like, I don't know, let's just say like the current prices, like you were able to buy maybe 20,000 sell a year, or one Bitcoin a year. By the next cycle, you'll be lucky for the entire accumulation phase. You get yourself half a Bitcoin if your income doesn't grow with it. So it's like, shit, man. That's what happened with a lot of these guys. I mean, a lot of these early guys in Bitcoin. That's why they went into scamming, because they had no other way. I mean, it's terrible what they fucking did and stuff. But that's literally, like, there's an old adage and stuff. Why they created altcoins is because it's the best way to get fucking Bitcoin. It's sad, man. But like that's what they were doing and stuff, because they couldn't. Their income wasn't keeping. Like some of these guys were just some broke ass fucking like fringe like dorks and stuff that were like, libertarian cyberpunks. I have no idea what he's talking about right there, but yeah.
I think most people they're smart enough not to fall for the scams. Because even like I'll show you. I took a screenshot. I saw on Twitter there was a whole bunch of accounts that were saying they got free BTC off Coinbase.
Yeah.
and it's just send and they use like the Coinbase logo. Just send us BTC, and then we'll send you back double or triple whatever you send. But then, like at a certain point, you'd be like, well, we saw it with like the Twitter scam. We saw it with a whole bunch of other scams. At a certain point, like who's still falling?
People always keep falling for that. I mean, I remember seeing a couple of years ago that the Nigerian prince scam still nets like 400K a year in profits.
Really?
Yes. Still
What?
to this day, yes, I know. There's a lot of people.
Trust me, people fall for that shit over and over and over and over. Like I've seen it hundreds of times on Twitter. People just commenting saying, "Oh, I got scammed," blah blah blah. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
No, because like with a lot of those things, like because I remember still getting those emails, like the Nigerian prince emails, or I'll get like calls from like the IRS saying my social security has been compromised. I need to verify my details, but I guess it just goes more to show like most people don't think like us.
I mean, that's definitely true. Yeah, and especially too. Can you imagine if you're coming in new? All right, not now. End of next year. What kind of a learning curve you have to even like try to catch up or figure out what's going on in the market? You're just like, oh my god, everything's going up. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, wow. Like Bitcoin's gonna be the paradigm and stuff. Like, oh my god, everything will be denominated in Bitcoin. Oh my god, like soon enough I'll be paid in Satoshis and shit. I mean, literally, this is how like frantic people get. And then you have so little time to even like. This is how it was in November, December of 2017. You thought Bitcoin was gonna take over the world. Everybody thought like it was going to go to like $40,000. I remember every analyst on Twitter was like, "Yeah, we're going to see probably the first correction on Bitcoin around 36K." Why was that? Because most analysts, or I shouldn't call them analysts, I should call them fuckboys. Most of these fuckboys got into Bitcoin at 12K, so they're just like they just extrapolated a 3x from here. That's literally that's all the thought they put into it, basically, and everyone fell for. I mean, shit. I mean, like literally, you like it becomes like parrots, like 36K, yeah, everyone's gonna have it. Like when Bitcoin 36K, and magically because everybody's saying that, everyone like all your favorite YouTubers, 36K, when 30K, and then some guy's gonna be a contrarian. We're not gonna hit 36K. We're gonna hit 30K. Look back on the YouTube channels. Just if they haven't deleted the videos, you'll see them. Like most people were saying 30,000 or 36,000 or we're gonna hit $1 trillion, right? I mean, I only saw like a couple people ever say 20K was the top. I mean, it's insane. Like, and this is what happens is like a year from now in December, how people are like. People are just going to be like, I can't, like, dude, it's going to be scary, man. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a new person in the market a year from now, man. It's a lot. Can you imagine trying to figure out food coins and DeFi and Bitcoin and cold storage, MetaMask, Uniswap, and then whatever new fucking bullshit they come out with? Oh, and digital bank central currencies and shit. Like, holy shit, man. And then all you right here, like how to fight, man. You'll be Chadwick right here, just sitting back, like like this. You'll be like, the whole thing where like the dude's got his feet kicked up on the desk and stuff and everything. Like, exactly how the market works.
I mean, that was the case for me this year because I saw everything drop, and then it was March 25th. I started paying attention, and then I had to figure out, okay, how do I make a Coinbase account? How do I do this? How do I do that? And then it was at that because I remember the feeling because every single day after March 25th, the price just kept going up from 5,000 to 5,500 to 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. And I know that feeling.
Yeah, man. Look, let me be really honest here. This is me. Like, I'm really being honest about this. What saved me in 2017, right, was that if the bull market had lasted 2 more months, I probably could have wrecked myself, honestly, because I was seriously considering cashing out my stock portfolio and throwing it all into crypto. And like the downturn really helped me. Like the downturn helped me from fucking really wrecking myself financially and stuff. Because I was dollar cost. That's what saved me. I was dollar cost averaging in. I wasn't throwing like my entire stack and savings into it. after it crashed down, I was able to reevaluate and figure out the market and stuff because I have time. And this is the beautiful thing, why anybody in the chat and you, me, Clancy, Kevin, look into crypto. I mean, we all have the time to look at this objectively. At the same time, we'll be able to cash out at a good price. But the thing is like the reason most of us will probably not be able to time the top exactly is because we just, people's FOMO, like they'll be buying at prices that are so stupid, but because they're buying at those prices, they take it to stupid prices. You know what I mean?
When are you guys going to start laddering out of Bitcoin, Celsius, and Ethereum?
So me personally, sell at $10. I plan to take off in terms of the dollar value about 10 to 15%, and then just keep monitoring the price. So if it goes to let's say $15, I can take off maybe another 5 to 10%. At $20, maybe take off another 5%. So like pretty much at these like I guess you would call them psychological levels.
Well, the psychological level you're referring to, those levels also you got to factor in the team unlocks, right? Because they changed the team unlocks now to be $15. What are the team unlocks? Do you guys remember what they changed them? They're like 5, 10, and 15 now or something, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like that, and then a portion of them, they, at least for the ones that came out at $1.50 or that are going to come out, some team members locked it for 3 years, 1 to 3 years.
Well, the $1.50, like most of the 25 million of the $1.50 got 3-year lockup, right? But I'm talking about they changed the $3 25 million token or 25 million sell. They bumped that to be 5, 10, and 15, I think now.
Yeah, and that'll be a gigantic rubber band because once that selling pressure, if people sell or they're just earning interest, once that's out of the market, will slingshot. To like
If you have 25 million or you whatever you have coming on the market at $15, right? Like you're going to have a huge amount of sell pressure. Because I mean I think a lot of the team will sell at $15. I mean they've been waiting for a while. I mean it's hard to say, but I would think a good amount of coins will get sold at $15. Like that's a huge amount, right, for those people. Hard to say, but like exactly what you said, you'll have a slingshot effect or pressure effect because as long as the buybacks are still going up, because it's still a bull market, right? Like most likely it sells at $15. We're still in a bull market, right? So then you have the buybacks going up every week as the AUM increases, but you have that sell pressure, and then it's gone. The team sold, everything's gone at whatever sold off. Then you have the slingshot. But what you were saying is you're looking to sell some at 10 and 15 and then 20, which are probably good levels to take a little bit off the table, for depending on who you are, right? I don't know. I haven't decided yet what I'm doing, but I'm just wondering kind of more what you guys. So what? I'll let you finish talking there. What you want to do with what you're going to do with sell Ethereum and Bitcoin if you have those.
Well, the thing I think it's important for a lot of people to do is actually write down where they like what percentage gain or like how much profit they're expecting, because if you don't have that written down, it's more so you're just kind of like guessing each day and playing it by the day, and I think that's a lot more risky because you'll see the price go from like hypothetically, let's say goes from like $30 to $40, and let's say it goes to $50, but let's say something happens and it goes down to $40, because we just look back at what happened in 2017 with Ethereum, it went from $5 in January to I believe it was in June, it went to $400, and then from $400 it went down to about $140 or $150. So imagine like if you had just not sold, and then you saw your Ethereum go from like let's say $90 to $400, and then you saw it drop to $150, and then you just panicked and sold all of it.
Right.
It would probably been better like at every level. Let's say it goes to 100, then 150, 200, 250. You could just like start selling like in little increments, and then you just evaluate. If you see like a price drop and you think that the price is going to go back, maybe you buy back a little bit more. But more so because if you have 100% of your bag and then you see like a big wick down, you're probably going to panic and just sell 100% of it. Because imagine, like, it's kind of scary if you saw the price go from 400 to 150. That's like a 65% drop.
60%, yeah, somewhere around there.
So that's kind of insane. If you have a 60% drop in like 10 days.
Fuck yeah.
There's
I mean,
some big psychological levels, right? Like, because a lot of people have talked about Bitcoin 100,000. Like, that's a huge, like, that's going to be a massive. I mean, I don't know what will happen, but I'm just like speculating on, right, certain levels, right? Because you hear a lot of people referring to Bitcoin 100,000. I'm not sure in the Ethereum community what number would be equivalent to Bitcoin 100,000 or Celsius $10 or Celsius $100. Like, there's definitely Celsius $100 would be like, yeah, that's a big level. $10 a big level. What's Ethereum's level? Like 10,000 or 5,000 or?
Well, let's say if you had, if Bitcoin does a 10x from the current price, so let's say like a Bitcoin, it would be about an 8x. So let's say Ethereum does roughly like between a 15 to 20x from the current price. That would be a little bit under. Between like so anywhere between like $6,000 to $8,000 if Bitcoin does. Well, it's just a hypothetical because normally
there's no number like with Ethereum. There's not really a number that's been torn out there like so heavily as Bitcoin 100,000. That's kind of my point. Like Ethereum, I'm not familiar with a certain level that like everyone's kind of saying is the level that they see it getting to, and like that you're gonna have a lot of people selling off before or at that level, right? Like Bitcoin, you're going to see a lot of people selling off before trying to run it or selling off at the 100,000 mark.
I mean, you could have Ethereum do something similar to what Bitcoin did because Bitcoin, it took 11 months to go up to $10,000 in price. So once it hit $10,000, it took only about 15 days to go up roughly another $10,000. So you could see something like that even happen with Ethereum, where let's say Ethereum, it could go up to like $8,000, and then it could like maybe in 5 or 10 days it could go up another $8,000. Because that's what it did. So
Bitcoin blew through 10,000. Like originally, I wasn't there during that time. It wasn't stuck at 10,000 for a while. Like I thought. I would think that'd be like a massive psychological level, but it was able to get through it pretty easily.
It was like a week. It was like a week or 2 weeks, and then it just fucking. I just went past.
Blew through it, eh? Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, that could happen in 100K as well. Like, it's just hard to predict. There's no way to really know.
You're not gonna know for sure unless you're like you have like insider information, but because you know like when a lot of people are gonna sell, like a lot of people are gonna try to dump, but. I mean, it's possible we see this because at the same time that also happened with Ethereum, where like Ethereum, it was kind of a slow build up to 1,000, and then once it got to 1,000, it got to 1,400 in like 6 or 7 days.
Wow.
I'm just looking up when Bitcoin hits $1 trillion value, because I'm interested to see what Bitcoin will be, because that'll be a headline everywhere. Bitcoin's worth $1 trillion. It's $1 trillion asset. You'll see headlines all over the place. So basically Bitcoin's worth right now about 250 billion, 256 billion. So Bitcoin will hit $1 trillion. It'll become $1 trillion asset when it gets to around 50 to.
It's 17 hours.
Roughly 56K.
56K.
What the hell was that?
I don't know.
And then it's possible you could see it go from like 56K. It could go up another 50K in like 2 weeks. It's just crazy to think, because when you look back on it now, you're like, oh, okay, you know, you look at the chart, but when it's happening in real time, it's like, oh, holy, what? You can't believe it.
Yeah.
Has the election started at all? Like, what's going on with the election stuff?
A little bit.
I voted this morning for Bitcoin.
Good. I think right now, let me see. I just saw the thing. Kentucky went to fucking to Trump, and then Vermont went to Biden. Everything else is still in the air right now.
I think everyone's grabbing food right now.
I don't know what happened.
People are getting hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I was eating right now too.
I like when we do these long streams. At some point, you got to grab some food, right?
Yeah.
I like though what Alex had mentioned on Twitter, because he said, regardless of whoever wins, we're seeing a slowdown in other financial markets, whereas the crypto market, it's still growing. So, I mean, because Alex, his interests right now are in crypto, and he's spot on, because there was another thing we talked about with Charlie. Most financial markets, they're slowing down, whereas there's no any type of obvious sign that the crypto market is going to slow down.
Yeah, it's just growing and growing. It's sort of like almost a Celsius thing, where like you're having more net depositors every year, outside of like a correction and crash and stuff, But yeah, looks like the whole stream got left.
They did. But I think because a lot of people they panic. Well, because at least one thing I've seen is in the Democratic Party, I know that there are a lot of people opposed to crypto. I had shared this Litecoin. I don't know if you saw it. There was a video I shared of a congressman from California who was on video saying that I want to ban crypto from being able to be purchased by U.S. citizens. There are a lot of people who are opposed in politics, are very opposed to crypto, but they're not necessarily vocal about it, because a lot of people, if they're vocal about certain things, like they're outright saying like, yeah, I'm going to ban this, I'm going to ban that, their chances of getting elected to office are going to get a lot lower, because if you have a lot of people who are like, they're buying up these assets, and then you're just going to tell them like, I'm going to ban them, they're not going to vote for you.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah.
That's one thing that like I pay attention to, because I even showed my mom the same thing. I'm like, because I had bought crypto for her, and I had forced her. I actually kind of forced her, because at first she said no, but I forced her to buy like sell and ETH, and then she like in like a little over a week she made over 50%, and then I just told her like, okay, like because she's very active, like she votes. And I told her like, pay attention, because there are a lot of people who want to ban what you own. Like, isn't what countries is crypto banned in right now? Because I know India banned it.
Just China in a way banned it in a way, but they banned it and unbanned it all the time. There's nowhere that's completely outright banned and stuff, but it doesn't really do shit really. It's just bullshit. It's because if you end up banning it here in the United States, then you'll end up creating a gigantic DeFi revolution. Like everyone will just end up buying. We'll find a way. I assure you that. Like it'll be negative. It'll drop the price down, but it's not gonna. It ain't stopping shit. That's why. I don't know. The thing is, I'm not sure which one. I mean, I think if we had Trump in office, it'd be a little better for crypto, probably, because like the Republicans are usually more laissez-faire, just kind of let shit go. Because if we get someone like Biden and shit, they'll try to implement more laws. Because I've seen more negative stuff with Democrats and stuff. But I mean, who knows? Well,
because the one thing that one of the Celsius hangouts that we had talked about with Kevin was he thinks like in the future. There's no way to avoid regulation on crypto. Like if you want to buy crypto, they're gonna have to like know who you are. Everything's gonna have to be above board. So you have one group of people who they at least want to put like regulation on it to make sure everything is like open and transparent. But then you have another group who just want to say like outright just ban it. Like nobody can have it.
Right. Just a bunch of, just a bunch of dummies, pretty much. I mean, there's just not the one difference between this and a lot of the stuff is this crypto's money. People get very passionate about money. Like I wouldn't go out there to vote on the national election. I always vote like for my local and stuff because I'm voting for props and stuff, or I'm voting for a mayor or something, or a governor. But for these big local events, who cares, right? But if like I know for a fact that like this one governor or this guy, let's just say a senator of California or some guy from the House of Representatives is trying to reelect himself and stuff, and I know for a fact he's anti-crypto, I am voting against his ass. And a lot of other people. And then two, you end up pissing off. You do not want to piss off the crypto people. As we get richer, we have more money behind us. You have more and more money behind us and stuff, and the lobbying power of crypto. Like this isn't some broke ass motherfuckers. These are really like, if crypto is as big as a wealth transfer as it is, you're gonna have people that have a lot of money and can afford to bribe up people if we need to. This ain't going over like easy jack like that. It's you ain't banning crypto and it ain't going down fly because I'm not I'm not gonna stop buying.
Well, I mean, because I agree with you too, and I also agree with like Kevin, because Kevin talks about like there's no way to avoid tax, and I wouldn't want to avoid tax.
I wasn't saying taxes. I wasn't saying avoiding tax. I pay taxes. No, I would pay tax. Like
no,
I'm saying,
I'm not saying but I just mean in general, because there's a point where like it's too much regulation, because I think, for example, like I know like some people, they want to like pay as little in tax as possible, but I think it's more reasonable to like pay 15 to 20% on your profits as opposed to trying to pay 35 to 40%.
As long as they don't mess with the long-term capital gains, that's the biggest thing for me is like, keeping that, because right now in Canada you only pay taxes on 50%, whatever tax bracket you're in, you pay on 50% of your long-term capital gains. So essentially, like, I just hope whoever gets in, they don't mess with. I mean, I'm in Canada, so it's a little bit different. It would be different governments and stuff, but yeah, just the tax laws around long-term capital gains, because that's what's going to affect us the most, right? Because you're
50 or 15.
Well, you pay taxes on 50% of your income. So say you put in 100 grand and it goes to 200, you pay taxes on only 50,000 out of that 100,000 increase, because you only have to pay on 50% of whatever you made. So you make 100,000, you pay it on 50. You make 200, you pay it on 100, but you pay it in whatever tax bracket you're in, right? Whatever that brings you into. So your ultimate taxes in Canada on long-term capital gains is closer to like 20 to 25%, or like it's a reasonable level. Like paying 20 to 25% taxes on your long-term capital gains is reasonable. Right. But like, I think Kevin mentioned this in the community chat the other day, like when you get to 50% or more, like if they change, the biggest thing for me with crypto is like, I don't think they're going to stop it or get rid of it. But yeah, and I don't see how they could, like to tax it higher than what you're taxing other assets, like long-term capital gains taxes in the US. Like, I'm not sure how that works.
I know it's 35% if it's under a year, if you sell it under a year. And
under a year is a lot higher. Yeah.
15% after 1 year.
Then that doesn't matter what tax bracket you're in?
I don't think so, because the capital gains tax, it's
tax.
Because if you make like, let's say $10,000 in profit after 1 year, regardless of whatever tax bracket you're in, because you're paying that's a separate tax apart from your regular income tax.
Oh wow, that's actually better than Canada then, because if you're only paying long-term capital gains, if you're only paying 15% taxes, like I would pay that any day of the week. Like I think in Canada it's between 15 and 25. Yeah, because depending on what bracket you fall in, like the brackets go anywhere from 30% to 50%, right? So you kind of half whatever the bracket you're in is. So yeah, it all makes a difference. It's just, yeah, I don't see how they can go, even if Biden gets in or whoever's against crypto gets in, like Dollar Cost said, like at this point, it'd be very hard to pull it back and completely shut it down. It's like, yeah, they can maybe tax it more heavily, but even that, like, It's just hard. It's just hard to think they would be taxing one asset group differently than all the other asset groups, right? Like, unless they're going to raise the capital gains. If it's at 15% right now, you're saying, and that's for everything, like that's for stocks, that's for gold, I guess, or whatever else you might hold, or real estate. Like, it'd be weird to have crypto as like 50% and then everything else is 15%. Like, it'd be just kind of odd. Just a bad look.
Well, probably one of the reasons a lot of people in office are adamantly opposed to it is because they can't control it or manipulate it the same way they can control or manipulate other assets or markets.
Well, and you're going to have so many people. Well, that's true. What you're saying is definitely true. But you're going to have so many people. Like, if you raise the taxes on crypto to like those kind of levels, like if they did raise it, you'd have way more tax people trying to avoid paying taxes, right? Like, if they keep it in a reasonable ballpark compared to whatever else people are paying, people will pay their taxes. But if you go crazy, like, you're going to have people trying to hide their crypto and not pay taxes then. So it's just, yeah, who knows what will happen. I just hope, I hope whoever gets in, whatever they do is at least reasonable for crypto. Yeah, and there's also the, someone in the chat commented, can governments ban stable coins? How will that affect the Celsius platform for holders of stable coins? No idea. I don't personally have any idea about that.
Well, the one thing they could try to do is they can try to ban companies from legally opening their platform. So, for example, Binance, not Binance.us, just Binance. In order to buy crypto with when you transfer money through a bank or with a credit card, you have to verify your identity. But in order to just open up an account, you don't have to verify your ID. So because what a lot of companies are afraid of is, let's say if a particular country says we don't want our citizens to buy crypto, but then if the company says we don't care, we're not going to listen to you, because you never want to have a government as your enemy, because you don't know what they're capable of like doing to you, and particularly like if they know who you are. So what they could ultimately do is, if they just want to ban people from buying a particular coin, like they could say like, okay, we can let you open up your platform, and our citizens of our country can be able to buy your assets, but you're not allowed to sell these assets on your platform, because if you do, we're not gonna we don't want you to do business in our country anymore.
Yeah. So you're saying that, say the last part again, exactly how you said it. You're saying that they would ban.
So let's say if you go on Coinbase or crypto.com or any of these other like platforms, where you could pay with like your debit card, or you can transfer money from your bank onto the actual app to be able to buy the crypto from US dollar or whatever is your local currency into crypto. You can't buy all the crypto there is. You can buy the list is small. You could buy pretty much Ethereum, Bitcoin, Litecoin, USDC, and it's a small handful. It's usually between 10 to 12. Whereas like if you bought your Ethereum and you transfer it onto an anonymous Binance account, you could buy hundreds of different crypto coins, because platforms that are eligible for like US citizens to be able to buy with a debit or credit card, they're regulated in terms of what they can be able to offer for sale to the citizens of that country.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I guess I forget that there's restrictions at the moment with US, like, because being in Canada, we don't have any restrictions as far as buying anything at the moment. So like, yeah, but I guess in other countries, yeah, even currently there's restrictions, right? But yeah, someone was asking about stable coins though. Like, I don't know what your guys' opinion is. If you think once the central bank digital currencies are coming, like, do you think that's gonna basically they're gonna get rid of stable coins and kind of replace it with the central bank digital currency coins, or how that's gonna work?
They're gonna get rid of some of them, not all of them, but they're probably gonna kick Tether out of the group or something. They're gonna kick the legs out of Tether probably if I had to put money on it. But or they could just outright ban everything. But who know? I mean, who knows? But more like whatever stable coin ends up being a stable coin, we'll have to jump on that coin. But actually, it might be beneficial for crypto, because if the U.S. stable coin is actually like holding a U.S. dollar legally, then people are just going to hold all their money in Bitcoin like we used to do before stable coins existed. Because a lot of reason people.
You're saying a lot of that money will flow back into Bitcoin from the stable coins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never thought about that, actually. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
value too, right? You think about how much is in stable coins. Like, what's the total market cap of stable coins? Like, it's at least 10 or 20 billion, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good. Here, I could check real quick, just because we have to get off. I have to get off the stream. I'm getting. It's already.
Yeah, we better run here. Eh?
So just Tether alone, it's a little bit under 17 billion.
Right.
And then USD coin, it's a little bit under 3 billion.
Oh, you have at least 25 billion. You probably have like 25 billion that is stable coins already. And that number could be a lot higher by the time they go to ban it or whatever. But yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, if you had all that money moving out of stable coins, where it would go, right? But
people will do anything to not have to pay those taxes. It's like if that's the case, if they keep how it is right now with as a commodity, then if you're in a commodity, then people just move the transfer over there. I mean, there's going to be probably laws put in place essentially until you sell into dollars. There's no taxable event, and that's more than likely where we're heading towards law-wise in the United States. Then basically, if they get rid of the rest of the stable coins and there's only a US dollar coin from the Fed, then people just hold their value and sell in Bitcoin and Litecoin and a bunch of these other coins. So it's actually it's been negative, but it's very positive actually for crypto, because then from there we'll go back to the old altcoin system where Bitcoin pumps, then Bitcoin stables off, and then the alts pump. We'll go back to those altcoin summer spring bullshit, like basically flip flops and stuff, because that's how it used to be and stuff. And then you'll probably get a ramp up in. I mean, overall, I think it's pretty good because it's going to make a lot of people buy up a lot of the Bitcoin and stuff. So you have to buy the assets. You can't buy these stable coins anymore. Cool.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it might be. I guess in that way, it might be a good thing for sure.
And
But,
any final thoughts, Clancy, before we close it up? We've already hit like 4 hours already.
All right, so for me, my final thoughts.
Yeah.
Just to close off, I think Bitcoin is going to win the election. Bitcoin is going to be the president.
I agree.
I'm actually buying. I'm buying Bitcoin right now, but I'm going to be buying, moving it to. I'm going to be buying sell with the Bitcoin, but I am actually buying Bitcoin right now to buy more sell.
All right, you guys.
Yeah, I'll let you guys go though.
This is a lot of fun. Thank you for having me on.
Hey, no problem, dude. Where's the best place for people to follow you? How to fight?
You can follow me on most social medias. The handle is How to Fight, FITE.
Perfect. And Plan C, where can people find you?
Just 1 trillion sell on Twitter.
Perfect. And you can find me at Dollar Cost Crypto on everywhere. So thank you guys for watching, and peace.